Hello, friends. Welcome to Coding Garden. I'm very late. I'm a whole day and an hour late, but welcome in. Glad to have you. Welcome. Welcome to Coding Garden. You're welcome for the stream. You're welcome. Today, we're going to be choosing a full stack framework. So, um, there are various things in the running. So we've got Nux, which is Vue. We've got SvelteKit, which is Svelte. We've got Remix or Next.js, which is React. We're going to choose one today. And this isn't just going to be a poll that I throw into chat. We are going to create an app with each one of these things. You camped out overnight? Great, Arpats. Thanks for being here. So I'll come up with a more detailed list of the things that we need to do to evaluate these frameworks. But the reason I'm doing this is because last time we just jumped into Dino and Fresh, we had a really rough time, and I want to have a good time this time. Obviously, there will be things that aren't totally easy and that take a little bit of time, but ultimately, what we're gonna do is we're gonna take a very calculated approach and assess how all of these things are. And in a second, we'll come up with more things that we're going to evaluate on. I was having an okay time with Dino and Fresh. It was just all of the newness and the newness, right? So the ecosystem was very young, very new. So yeah. Also, I was just eating. Also, I'll be honest, I haven't felt very good mentally for the past week. So it was a struggle to even start stream today, but it's happening. You all are here. I appreciate you for being here. It makes me feel good that you all are out there. You still exist. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. What do we do first? Take a drink. Take a drink. Thank you for the good vibes. Thank you for the good vibes. Appreciate you. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, and I appreciate that, Drills. I appreciate that. Okay. Yeah, and I think that's kind of what I want to do, Killer, right? Because a lot of times in the past, we just like choose a thing and go with it. But ideally, we can spend no more than like 30 to 45 minutes on each thing, getting a general feel for it, and then make our decision based off of that. That's really what I want to do. Yeah, I mean, I guess honestly, there are some others that we could put in this list, right? And I see a lot of people talking about it in the chat. Somebody did mention Angular, so there's like, is there Angular Universal? I have no idea about the Angular world. The whole stream will be pros and cons. Yes, yeah, and ultimately we'll make a decision. So, Angular Universal is a thing, and then I mean, people mentioned like let's look at like what is Adonis? I mean, dude, would you choose? What? What? No. Okay. Honestly, that's already I have lost my joy by even trying to come up with other decisions. These are the decisions that we're gonna choose from, plain and simple. I know there are other ones out there, but I'm good. I'm good. Okay. Let's do a quick 1 minute hellos of everybody. And then we'll come up with this list of things that we're going to evaluate on. Yeah, Redwood, Adonis, it's just too much, and it makes me not want to code at all. So let's say hi to everyone. If you want to say hi to me, you can say hi, hello, hello, hey, yo, cheers, greetings, hi, what's up, morning, afternoon, evening, howdy, g'day, coding hayo, or vohayo, or bogahay. Say any one of these things. I'll acknowledge you. And I'll say hi. I'll say hi. So welcome in America 2050, who was here an hour ago. What's up, Mark and Clicky Poo? Hello, Pop Blip and Mihai Andre and Kalisha and Pablo and Funny Boy Rocks and Ingy Berman and Origin and Lynx and Allers and Fob and Sequel Gordster. What's up, Shalman and Arpats and Oscar and BTRSL and Limos? Hello, Drills. What's up, Finder the Ice Wing and Crazy Unicorn? What's up, with Josie and Henrak and Ripjaws and Yukurai and Veritatas and Stony Eagle and Zelino and Lick It Clean and Ryan and Saint Lolek and DB and Stas and what's up, Jim and Canvas and Nishark and Tarawat and Hello Mysterious and Lion and It's by Thuriel and Ezrab and user with name and Timmy and Java Guy, and we're out of time, but that's okay. We're almost done. Mito and Graham, and welcome to Sound of Gaming and Killer and Deviant and Prayantranka and Razorson. What's up, Mr. Cubix and Fook and Darkham and Nicky Poo and Willie. What's up, Turkler and Night Coder and Awaited and Webneat and George and Pss and Bimsicle. Welcome in, everyone. Glad to have you. Yes. Now I realize I was like short with potentially using other things, but honestly, I mean, a lot of people are often in this situation, right, where you need to choose something and the amount of choices just overwhelms you, and then you end up just doing nothing at all. So I want to do something. So I've narrowed my choices down to four things. And thank you for the bits, Stas. I appreciate that. Yeah, it's been a while. Hopefully you're doing all right. I'm glad you could make it out. Thank you for the bits. We had a lot of other supports too. I mean, this is so much support. I appreciate you all. This is crazy. Awaited. Thank you for the 30 months. Eddie with the 21 months, DB with the 2 months, BTRSL with the 7 months, Young with the Prime, Timmy with the sub, Stony with the 16 months, Sound of Gaming with the 22 months, DS Legends with the 26 months, Vinny with the Prime, and Stas with the bits. Thank you all for the support. Great. So for those of you that are here right now, anyone that suggests something that's not in this list, ignore them. Ignore anyone that says anything that is not in this list. Just ignore them, because we've already narrowed it down to this. We're gonna go from here. Just do not engage. Do not acknowledge any chats that talk about other things. No, there's not a ban or anything like that. We literally just will not acknowledge their chats. That's it. Have I heard of Angular? Oh boy, have I. All right. No, you're not gonna get banned. No. It's not that I don't want you to mention those things. It's that we need to get things done. I've already made my decision. It's fine. It's fine. And Haribo, thank you for that Prime. I appreciate you. Okay, but help me come up with a list of things that we can gauge a specific backend framework on honestly, roughly an hour. We're probably going to spend an hour on each one of those things. We're going to be here a while. So strap in. But the first thing that I always it's the first thing you have to do, which is to generate the project itself. So we're gonna gauge, do we have a project generator? Is it just a git clone? Is it a scaffold? What is it? And then from there, we need to set up linting and formatting. This will probably get easier as we go, because we can probably copy some of the configs from one project to the next, because it's not too different.
1000, cheer 1000. Let's start with the Christmas gift winking face, cheer 1000.
Thank you, Stony. I appreciate that. You didn't have to do that. I appreciate that. Yeah, that's one way to make me feel better. Just give me money. Just give me money. Merry Christmas to you. Thank you for that. But so we're gonna set up linting. A lot of people gloss over this, but like these two things like set you up. Potentially set you up for either success or failure in the rest of your project, and I want to get this stuff done early. So we're gonna gauge how easy it is to get this set up. And I really do like ESLint. I like the Airbnb config. It has a lot of rules. The thing is, if we only do Prettier, there's a lot of things that aren't covered by Prettier that are covered by ESLint that I want my linter to yell at me about. So that's why we're gonna set up both of these things. Then we're gonna try out a component library. I think we might lean towards a component library that actually works with Vue and React, and potentially Svelte. Like we'll do some more research in a little bit, but Flowbyte is a component framework that's based on Tailwind, but they do have specific libraries for frameworks like Svelte and React and Vue and stuff like that. So I think we might just go with Flowbyte, because I know that they have versions for the various frameworks that we're going to be using. Like Material UI is React specific, Vuetify and Quasar are Vue specific. I think Prime is another thing that has both Vue, React, and Svelte libraries. But again, we're going to choose a component library, get it set up with that framework, see how easy it is to get it set up and going, and then create a basic layout with that framework. And Denny, thank you for that Prime. I appreciate that. And okay, in the chat, what are some other things we should evaluate these frameworks on? Actually, I mean, I already have one, social auth. So we want to be able to log in with Google, and we want a tried and true community tested, vetted, production ready library that's going to let us do social auth. Because that's not always the case. And I mean, we're going to see that like SvelteKit just went into 1.0. I think there is a Svelte auth library. I don't know if it supports SvelteKit 1.0, but we're gonna see. And there is that's the other issue with Nuxt.js is like because it just got to version 3. Yeah, and I did see this, but it's not stable yet, right? Like it's just released, so there could be bugs in it. But yeah, and so if we choose Next, like that one has Next auth. Next auth is like tried and true for sure. So we're going to have to figure out the auth situation for each one of these. Now, the particulars of each framework, I'm not actually worried about as much, right? So like, things like how state works and how components work. That's more the particulars of using Svelte versus Vue versus React. At this point, I don't care. At this point, like I don't care what I'm going to be using for the actual state and the components and everything else. I more so care about the ecosystem that our app is going to be within, right? So like, what is the this basically. Okay, and then I guess the other thing I do want to check out is full stack type safety. Now, for most of these, that just means getting it working with TRPC. But I'll be honest, I have been doing some basic testing with Nux 3, and you'll be happy to know that it has full stack type safety out of the box with no TRPC. It's kind of amazing. That'll be fun to show. You basically create an API function. All of the types flow through, and then when you make a fetch request on the inside of your component, it knows what your API routes are. It knows what the return type is. It's kind of amazing. And Milos, thank you for that resub, who says Nux 3 is awesome. Yeah, it's cool. But the one hang up on Nux is the auth situation, because Next Auth I don't think has made it to support version 3 yet. There's a non-core library for auth, but it's actually based on Next Auth. But we'll get there. We'll get there. Okay, what are some other things that we want to do? Yeah, and so I mean, I didn't talk about this, but basically, it's going to be a full stack JavaScript project, right? Like, we're gonna have multiple pages and sections, potentially role based. There will be some authorization. You have to have login. We're gonna have a database. We're not. I've already chosen. We're gonna use Prisma. So with all of these, we're actually going to use Prisma. So we could actually just say like Prisma integration. Like, how is the Prisma integration? I mean, it should be easy enough for all of these things because you just use the library, right? But we'll see. We'll see. Yeah, and I think that's the other point, Killer. That's a great point. Like, overarching ideas here are like, how are the docs? How are the community samples, right? When we were working with Dino and Fresh, we were flying blind, right? Like, everything we were doing, we were probably one of the first people to do that thing. And while that's fun, it's hard because you come across situations that no one else has thought of yet. And it takes some time to get things going. Yeah. Well, I'll talk about what all these things are when we get to them. Yeah, for sure. But Prisma is an ORM. It's an object relational mapper. It lets us talk to our database. Yeah, and I realize there's like Create T3 app, but that specifically is Next.js. We have 3 other things we're evaluating here that will not work with Create T3 app. So when we go into Next, maybe we'll use Create T3 app. We'll see. Okay. Other things in the chat. Let me know. What are... Yeah, I guess I don't care as much about the dev tools, because to me, that's in like the same category of just like working with that specific framework, right? And so like, this isn't an evaluation of React. It's not an evaluation of Vue, and it's not an evaluation of Svelte. It's an evaluation of these greater full stack libraries that give you more features and allow you to build things quicker using one of those front end frameworks. Yeah, I mean, that is the thing about Nux. There's just so much built in, I was noticing, and there's just so many, they're not global variables, but there's so many things that are available to you that you don't have to import, which is nice. It's nice you don't have to import it, but if you're new to it, it can be pretty overwhelming. Single final component, routing, rigidity in the code base, directories. Yeah, I mean, I guess the overall, this could be another overarching thing, is project layout. How is the project layout? Is it intuitive? Prisma is like the Keasley library. It's higher level than that, because you're working with objects. So you literally have an object that represents a table, rather than directly making queries against a table. Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, I'm sure there are some limitations. I think that's the tricky part, is like, and really what I found in a lot of ORMs is like, for basic selects and queries, easy. The moment you start trying to do complex queries and relationships, a lot of ORMs start to break down. I will say, I've used objection in the past. And that is not the case. Like everything I've ever wanted to do with objection just worked. It was beautiful. But I don't think the TypeScript support is as good as it might be with Prisma. And like with Prisma, there's this idea of not idea, but you can either do database first or code first. With objection, you pretty much have to go database first. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, and we chose Prisma last week. Like those are things that we're not going to be talking about today. Yeah, I've used SQLize as well. I've ran into issues again with like more complex queries. A long time ago I used Bookshelf. It seems like less people are using Bookshelf these days. Yeah. So we're not even going to start the project. We're going to build a basic thing and look at it based on these criteria. Try making an advanced multi-language full-text search in Prisma. Can it do that? Okay. Anything else? Is there anything like overarching that we can evaluate about these frameworks? And am I going to make multiple over-engineered to-do lists? Yeah, I guess so. I mean, honestly, we probably need to start out with just like step one is create a mono repo. So I think what we'll do is we'll put all of these in a mono repo so that way we can have our database library in one thing and then we'll just import it into these other projects. Oh, that's going to be a whole nother headache, right? Would it be easier just to copy and paste or should I do a mono repo? Well, I don't want to do a full-on project. I do want it to be like fairly simple. So maybe it'll just be something like lists of things. But yeah, we're gonna need probably like a mono repo. Some people are saying to use NX. Yeah, I mentioned I wanted to try turbo repo, but I got a lot of comments of people saying that we should do lists. Yeah, I mean, we're just gonna do a to-do app. So like database setup with Prisma, and that will just be. Well, we can come up with something else, but it's not to-dos. Maybe it can be YouTube videos that I want to watch. Lists of Twitch streamers is what we're gonna be doing. That's it. Yeah. Okay. And then we also need to choose a mono repo solution. But the thing is, I want to reiterate that like we're mainly evaluating the framework itself. This is less about the actual like working with the components and these kinds of things. This is more so about how do we like the framework, how is the ecosystem, and then we go from there. Fresh spots, maybe? Yeah. Okay. Oh, they had it to do it? Oh, what? Nice, Drills. Yeah, I was wondering about that. You mentioned you were going to ask me, and then you never asked me, but yeah. Yeah, we need to get moving. So let's do it. First off, we need to choose a mono repo solution. First off, we need to decide, should we even do a mono repo? I think we want to. I think the reason we would do a mono repo is we can set up a library with all of our Prisma stuff, so all of our database models, and maybe even some like shared code. And then for each one of these frameworks, we set it up inside of that mono repo. So that way it can easily access that database library. The other option is to just copy and paste the code. How to start. Mono repo, separate repos with copy paste. Copy paste. You have 1 minute to vote. Vote now. Also, just let me know in the chat, in general, what are your thoughts around choosing how we would do this? Like, I mean, honestly, it seems easier to go the copy and paste route because we're going to have to figure out how these mono repo tools work, right? The only mono repo tool that I have experience with is Lerna, and that was like a year or so ago. No, 2 years ago at this point. And what that means is we're going to spend 20 minutes learning how this thing actually works. So it's going to take more time. It's going to take more time. But yeah. Yeah. It's Saturday and the night is young. Well, I mean, for me, it's noon, so I got all day. I got the rest of Saturday. Yeah, I really do like Objection, but I want to try Prisma. Like I've done some basic examples with Prisma. I haven't built any like full-fledged app. All right, the majority of people are like, "Yo, dude, you need a mono repo." Okay, um, I have a feeling people are gonna go with. I'm not even gonna say, but Lerna is the one I have experience with. Turbo Repo is the one. I believe this is from the Next.js team. And then there's also InX. These are our options. Yo, dude. Vote now. Oh yeah, PNPM. Okay, I'm honestly though, like in taking the state of JS survey and like looking to see what's out there, Turbo Repo and InX kind of seem to be the two that people are go for. Obviously, we won't pick Learn. I mean, I might. Yeah, and for those of you that are like new to all of this stuff, and there's a lot of things I've talked about that I haven't explained yet, don't worry. When we get to those specific things, I'll do my best to talk about like what they are and why we're using them, etc. Right now, we're hyper focused on this one little piece of the problem, which is how we're going to assemble this all together to make sure that it all works. Most people are saying Turbo Repo. I think I'm going to go with it. I will say in a future stream, I want to try out InX. Honestly, this would be here's the idea. So if you like InX, don't fret, because a cool thing we could do is we could build this whole thing out with Turbo Repo and then see what it's like to do the same thing with InX, like to migrate it to InX. But we'll choose Turbo Repo. Task orchestration tools, yeah. Okay, so here we go, and let's just see how long it takes me to get something going with Turbo Repo. Get started. Create a new mono repo. Here we go. This is the command we need. Okay, and so for those of you that don't know what a turbo repo are, not a turbo repo, a mono repo. A mono repo is a single repo. So think of like one GitHub project, one GitLab project, etc. It's a single repo that has multiple separate projects inside of it. And a good example of this is the React library. So if you look at React, how do I get to React on GitHub? If you look at React on GitHub, you will see an example of a mono repo. This one, Facebook React, that makes sense. It's under Facebook. But you see this is one GitHub repo, right? But there's this folder called packages. And if we go into that folder called packages, each one of these folders is a separate library. So there's React DOM, there's React Server, there's React itself. There's some hooks like use subscription, React Art, React Cache. Each one of these is a separate library, like completely standalone. But it all exists in the same repo because they share a lot of dependencies. So like React DOM has a dependency on React. And if those were two separate GitHub repos, it would be very cumbersome to like link them together and do that kind of thing. So if you look in the source of React DOM, it is referencing React, but that when you're working with it locally, you're just using the local one. It's not like a separate one. So a mono repo is a bunch of repos in one, basically. Full stack framework eval. We're evaluating full stack frameworks. You probably could use Git submodules. It's not as easy though. So because one of the things that these monorepo tools give you is they automatically link the projects, or like create links for you in your node modules folder. At least that's how Lerna worked. So like, let's say you want to add a dependency that is some other project in that monorepo. In your package.json, it looks like it's a dependency from npm or something like that. But in actuality, it's a dependency in that same folder. What's this, mhuggins? Monorepo tools? Do they talk about what monorepos are? What is this? Monorepo explained. Nice. Yeah, so don't listen to me. Just go to that website. Okay. We have a folder. Now we will run this command to create a turbo repo. Oh, that's cool. Yeah. So, I mean, again, a lot of people are mentioning I should have used NX. And Balanek, thank you for the resub. Where would you like to create your turbo repo? Right here? If you could, please, in this folder. I like to use npm. Cool. Yeah, so the example it's giving us is a Next.js app, and then like a shared UI package, and then like a, ooh, shared configuration. That's nice, right? Because we could create like our base ESLint config. It's going to be tricky though, because the ESLint config varies depending on if you're in Vue versus Svelte versus React, because there are various rules about each one of those. But that's great. Okay, so we have ourselves a little mono repo now. And our repo is ready. You can run several commands. Build it, develop all apps and packages. Turbo repo will cache locally by default. For an additional speed boost, enable remote caching. That's cool, but I don't think I'm gonna use that. I'm just gonna run the project. See you later, Jules. Are you saying bye? Bye. All right, so we have ourselves I believe we have a Next app running on port 3001. All right, yeah, have a good one, Drills. Thanks for hanging out. We got docs, and then what's running on port 3000? We have a web app, and we can click boop. Great. So it gave us a basic setup with like 2 Next apps. We can go in and rip that out. And then there's like a shared library. So the first thing I want to do is I want to make a package. CD packages. So these are our 2 packages. We have ESLint config and TS config. So this is just an example, and I guess UI. So this is an example of how these 3 packages would then be shared in these 2 apps, docs and web. So apps is where each of our full stack apps is going to live, and then packages are where the shared things are going to live. And the shared thing that we want in this situation is the database setup. So regardless of what full stack framework we use, we are going to use Prisma. So we want to set up Prisma as a shared library that can then be imported into the app. So that's what we're going to do next. So we need to figure out, how do I now create a new package? Let's see. We created the app. We explored it. Understanding the imports and exports. Yeah, and Shirkum, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate that. I'm not going to dive into their examples. I want to just see their docs on how do I create another package. But you can see if we were to look at the code, they're importing button from UI. And if you looked at this and you didn't know this was a mono repo, you would think, oh, well, UI is an npm package, right? It's not. It actually exists in that packages folder, and Turbo Repo does all the work of setting it up so that you can import in this way. So that's the benefit of structuring things this way. Okay, and there's a TS config. They shall allow for shared configuration across the mono repo. Yeah, so this is going to be a little bit weirder because we're using multiple UI frameworks. They're not going to share a TS config because each one needs their own specific thing. But it makes sense in this mono repo that they created as an example, because you have 2 Next apps and then you have a UI library that is React. So everything here is React. Everything is going to share the same TypeScript config and everything else. So this makes sense. For our situation, I don't think it makes as much sense. But we can see in it actually extends from the package itself. Okay. Great. I don't care as much about those things. I want to now create a package. Installing packages. Adding a package. Turns out a mono repo is a terrible idea after all. Not a terrible idea. It's going to take some time. It's going to take me some time to figure it out. But it's going to be nice because first, we're going to learn Turbo Repo. But second, we're going to have this database library that can be shared with multiple projects. Building your app. Bundling API reference. CLI usage. Run. Turbo run. apps folder, create your apps with their CLI. Sharing code, internal packages. Thank you. The real try. You see, I think whenever I'm streaming, it's so much harder for me to read the docs, mainly because like I'm trying to move fast. Maybe I'm just making excuses. I feel like if I were doing this not streaming, I would have found that. But regardless, this is what we want. So internal packages are packages which are only intended to be used inside your repo. This is what we want, right? Because I'm not creating a database library that I want to publish to npm. I'm creating a database library that I want to use in all of these backend apps. So create your mono repo. We did that. Create a new package. So we just manually create the folder. So if I make a directory in packages, we're going to create a package called db. Go in there and create a package.json. So let's go into packages db. It's an empty folder. I mean, this is like a super basic package.json. It has the tsconfig. Import the package. We're now going to import the package to see what happens. Go to one of your apps and add this as a dependency. I see. So when it sees that star, it knows to look in the packages directory, I'm guessing. What that tells me is now we can just set up Prisma. So at this point, we have this folder called DB. We need to just init this as an npm project. That's going to give us a package.json. And then now we can install our Prisma dependencies and everything else to get Prisma going. So in order to do that, let's go learn Prisma. I mean, I know, like I said, I've set up like 2 basic apps with Prisma. I haven't done anything crazy with it, but here we go. We're going to go through their quick start now. But if you're following along at home, basically what we've done is we've created a mono repo. It looks like it's going to work. And now we're creating a database package. In a bit, once we're done with the database package, we're going to go in and I'm probably going to clear out these ones that we don't need. Like we don't need UI, we don't need tsconfig and stuff like that. And then in the apps folder, those are going to get removed and we're going to create new apps. Yeah, I set up 2 apps. So I'm basically a Prisma expert. But right now, forget everything we've done and just pretend like we're setting up a Prisma project. That's basically how this development workflow should go now, right? Like in this DB folder, this is just a project that uses Prisma. Once we're done with it, it'll be set up in a way where we can go to those other ones and use it. So that's the plan there. But here we go. So I created my directory. I did npm init, and now we need TypeScript, tsnode, and types. Sounds good to me. Let me look through this getting started first, because this seems like more commands than I ran when I tried it. Model our data, run a migration. It seems fine. All right, so I'm going to run these commands in the DB folder. So we're going to install our TypeScript dependencies. And then we do a TypeScript init. Now, if we were following the turbo repo docs, we would be sharing this TypeScript config, but it just seems like it's going to be a bit of a headache if we're sharing the TypeScript config, because each of these things is so different. I don't know, anybody in the chat that has experience with mono repos, is my feeling correct, or do you think should I just try to share these TS configs between the projects? Oh, prisoner instead of Prisma. Prisma. Yeah, there we go. I likely want different targets for front end versus back end as we're node. Yeah, and that's what I'm thinking. So like this TS config is back end focused because Prisma only runs on a back end. It is only a back end thing. It talks to a database. You can't talk to a database directly from a front end. Great. Okay. So now, and again, this turbo repo isn't going to be long lived, right? Not turbo. I keep saying turbo repo instead of mono repo. The whole purpose of this mono repo is so that we can evaluate multiple things without copying and pasting a lot of code. So I don't think it's the end of the world that we have multiple configs. In the real world, we would figure out how to share those configs, especially if this was a project where all of those things were sharing. Prisna? Like prisoner? It said prisoner twice. All right, so we have Prisma as a dependency. And then we need to init it. And here it's just going to use SQLite. That seems fine, right? We don't need to set up like a Postgres Docker container or anything like that. That actually is kind of awesome, right? Because if we do SQLite, and if you're not familiar with SQLite, SQLite is a flat file SQL database. So you can talk to it like it's a SQL database, but it's literally just a file on your computer. It's not an actual like process. Do they have dark mode? I guess they don't. Turn that on. Yeah, and I guess that's the other thing. Yeah, you're totally right, Codex. Is like, with an ORM, you can easily swap out the database provider. Okay, so I think we're ready just to init this with SQLite. Okay. Next steps. Set the database URL in the .env file. Okay. Run Prisma DB pool to turn your database schema into a Prisma schema. Run Prisma generate to generate your Prisma client. Let's open up VS Code in this DB folder. Postgres is better than SQL. Yeah, I think for this evaluation, we're just going to have two tables, right? We have like a user login table, like a user table, and then our data table with whatever data we're going to be dealing with. So it should be easy enough with what am I saying? Should be easy enough with SQLite. For the real deal, the real app that we build, we're definitely going to use Postgres. But for this example, I think SQLite should be all right. Okay, now the CLI told me to do this. I'm going to follow their tutorial, which gives us some specific Prisma schemas. So if we look in Prisma and then schema.prisma, we can add our user model and our post model. And we can, I guess, do a quick modeling of our database. Do I have Prisma installed? Can I do a format document with Prisma? Yeah, that formatted it. Okay. Yeah, Mito, it depends, but like Postgres is fully open source. There's a lot of really cool extensions for it, and it's just a really good ecosystem. Like MySQL definitely used to be the go-to, but it's owned by Oracle. There is an open source fork called MariaDB, but in all of my projects, I pretty much go with Postgres these days. Yeah, and there's lots of extensions like PostGIS, which lets you do geographical data. Is that the right term? There's also, it supports JSON columns. I think MySQL supports JSON columns now too, but Postgres has a lot of cool stuff built in. All right. We have our client and our DB, and then we have our model. So if you've ever worked with a library like Sequelize or something like that, typically you do set up a model, but typically you set up that model using either TypeScript or JavaScript, right? You're using the language that you're working in. This is Prisma-specific syntax, right? So I'm in this file called .prisma. Everything in here is specific to Prisma, and it converts that into SQL data definition language. So this will get converted into a create table if we need to create the table. So yeah, run the migrate, give it a name, and then start querying it. Okay, before we do that, let's actually model the database. So we've been going for 16 minutes. That's 16 minutes of setting up Turbo Repo, getting the initial Prisma, and also explaining things as we go. It's not bad. I'm not mad at that. Let's model our database. So we mentioned earlier that we wanted to do a list of Twitch streamers. So like users can create lists of Twitch streamers. So you log in, and then once you're logged in, you put in the name of a Twitch streamer, and that adds it to a list. It's not that useful, but that's just what we're going to do. Yeah, that's the other cool thing about Prisma is if you have an existing database, you can basically reverse engineer it. So Prisma will automatically generate this schema based on an existing database. We don't have an existing database, though, so we're just going to go this way. So, all right, we definitely need a user table. Auto-incrementing ID, I think, is fine. And then we'll have email because we're going to do login with Google. Login with like Google OAuth. And I think in order to not complicate this, I'm going to put all of the fields that I would get from Google, like display name, and Google ID. All of that I'm going to put into this single table. Now, if I was building a system that wanted to support login with Google and Twitch and Discord, like these things would want to go in a separate table. Email, social, last three on your card. Don't store user ID as auto increment. I think this is fine. Like, there's going to be no way for users to request other users in this app. So auto ID is fine. I don't want to have to worry with like creating global GUIDs, because I don't know if SQLite has a built-in method for creating like GUIDs or UUIDs. Postgres does, but I don't know if SQLite does. So this is fine. This is like, it's super basic. That's really all we need. Honestly, we can just users can have lists of items. And then an item just has a name and a description. So you can literally create lists of whatever you want. This is going to be like super generic. And so yeah, it has an author, which is a user. No, we'll call this user. We'll call this user ID. Cool. Twitch streamers, I'm going to go generic. Instead of Twitch streamers, it's just like users can create lists. Again, it's not, the data part isn't important. It's really like how we use it in the framework. So these are not migrations yet. These are just descriptions of the tables. Once I've nailed down my table definitions, then we can generate the migration based off of this. And this will essentially generate code that creates these two tables. Yeah. Yeah, I do prefer underscore, but I think I'm just going to go with how they're doing it in the docs. Yeah, so like if you've ever seen me work with databases before, I actually prefer underscore. Underscore. Will that work though? I don't want to mess this up. I don't want to do something that Prisma isn't going to like. It seems like that's it though, right? Because that creates the foreign key field, and then that references it there. Yeah, that should do it. Okay. Yeah, no worries, Mike the Tree Climber. So yes, Prisma is an ORM. So right now, and there's multiple layers of Prisma. So this is just the schema definition. The next step is to generate the migration and the table types. Once we've done that, we can actually write JavaScript code or TypeScript code that talks to the database, and it will be fully typed. So because we've created our models in this way, we'll have TypeScript interfaces and types that automatically get generated that have these same type definitions. Oh, nice. Look at that. Look at that, Fob. Great work. Leave it as user ID and then map it as user ID. Oh, I see. I still prefer underscores, though. What do I use for Git in VS Code? Just the built-in one. Nothing special. Use camel case. Prisma will store it with underscores. Again, I'm not going to get hung up on this. I'm not going to get hung on this. Yeah, so the user can only have one list, but it's one list of all the items that they have. It basically, honestly, you could build a to-do app with this, right? Like each one of these could be a to-do item. You could have a list of Twitch streamers. You could have a list of your favorite beers, a list of YouTube videos, but each user only has one list. That's fine. We're not going to complicate this. I guess so. Man, I don't want to get hung up on things like this. I really don't. But yeah, we'll do camel casing. If we're doing Google OAuth, are there any other fields that we need? We have email, display name, and then their specific Google ID. Yeah, I guess if you wanted, we could do like a type string or like a category string, and then that would allow people to have multiple lists, but yeah. Well, again, I'm not going to worry about this too much. I didn't see anyone in the chat mentioning other things we need for Google OAuth, so I think this is fine. This is our database model. We have a user. Listen, Hot Dents, I know you are passionate, which is why you put this message in the Twitch chat, but you have not heard me. I have already said this is not the focus of the app, right? Like I don't care about, we're not evaluating Prisma in what we're doing right now. We are evaluating the full stack frameworks. So how the actual database works as in this setup is inconsequential because we're not going to be using it in the future. So it's not useless. you could still have a very usable app that has a one-to-many relationship. Of course, when we build an actual app, we will. I shouldn't get hung up on it, but just know that this app is literally going to get thrown away after today because next week we're gonna probably spend 3 or 4 hours designing the database. And in that case, we are going to have probably like 4 or 5 many-to-many relationships and stuff like that. So, so. Yeah. And I'm I just want to reiterate for everyone else. The thing is like, and I don't mean to single you out, Hot Dense. It's just like there are other people watching that are feeling the same way, and I just need to reiterate, it's not about the database. This is just one piece of the bigger picture. Yeah, so the idea for the main project is users, I mean, you all are going to laugh at this because everything is lists. Users can create and share lists of YouTube channels. And I say you're gonna laugh because it's like Fresh Spots. Users can create and share lists of places to visit. But I think this is a really cool idea because right now, like the YouTube experience is mostly algorithm based, right? So like if I go to my homepage, you can see what YouTube is recommending to me. Some like lo-fi, some wired stuff. All of this is just like algorithmic recommendations, right? And then I could go to my subscriptions tab to see all the people that I'm subscribed to. Honestly, this like what account is this? I guess this is my Coding Garden account. So yeah, I'm subscribed to like tech channels and stuff on here. On my personal account, I'm subscribed to things of all kinds. And it's really just like an overwhelming bombardment of content. So the idea with creating lists of channels is I can say, I'm in the mood to watch skateboarding videos. And I can go to my app, I can choose the skateboarding category, and now I only see videos from channels that are about skateboarding. Or I feel like, oh, I want to watch a tech video, or I want to watch like an edutainment video, and I can choose the list of channels that are that one specific type. That's the idea. But again, we're going to work on that later. All right, we have ourselves a schema. And that took us 10 minutes to do. Now we do this. So this one command, this migrate dev, these lists may work way better than YouTube recommendations. Yeah, and that's the point that I was getting at is, okay, so now users can create these lists of channels. That's another way to discover channels, right? Because if you know someone that likes to watch a lot of YouTube and like, oh, I'm going to go see what lists they've created. Boom, you've instantly discovered like 4 or 5 new channels. So that's one thing. And then we can actually do user metrics and stuff like that. So based on videos that people watch, we could create our own recommendation algorithm. And my whole idea for it actually extends beyond just lists of YouTube channels because you could create lists of anything. And now instead of a content creator, you are a content curator. You are curating lists of channels. You're curating Spotify playlists, curating subreddit. Like that's a whole idea there. It's just like you have an entire economy of curators, not creators, but curators. I keep doing this, curators. All right. That aside, we're going to run this command. So what we've done so far is we have just defined what the database tables will look like what's gonna be in these tables. We actually have not written any database code yet, and there isn't anything yet that will actually create these tables. When I run this command, it will inspect this Prisma file and then generate code that will actually create the database tables. Right now, I'm telling it to look at database URL, and if we look at our .env, the database URL is just a file. And so I mentioned earlier, SQLite is a flat file-based database. So it's literally just going to put our database in a file called dev.db. And that's all we want. If we were talking to Postgres, this would be like a full connection string, and it would actually run commands against the database to generate those tables. But in this case, it's going to do it, but generate the file. Let's go. Nice. Okay, so it generated this migrations folder. We can look at it, and you can see that it generates actual SQL code. That's the other cool thing about this is like if you've ever used like SQLize or even like connects migrations, it's JavaScript code, right? And even if like, if you, in my experience in the .NET world with like, what's the, in Entity Framework, the migration files it generates are actually like C# code. So it's cool that this generates SQL code, right? Because like now I could literally take this and just run it against any SQL database and I'm good to go. Like it doesn't matter if I'm using TypeScript or if I'm using Python or Java. This literally generated SQL code, which is pretty awesome. So that is great. So it generated that initial migration, and then do I need to run it against the database? No, it already does it. So this also runs that migration against that database file. And then dev.db is actually it's a database file. Again, like if you've never used SQLite before, this might seem crazy, but that is literally our database as a file instead of having to have an entire like Postgres database management system or something like that. So dev.db is literally our SQLite database. Okay, now at this point, we can start querying the database. So let's do that. Like I'm gonna just do it as an example in this same folder, but ideally what we can do is we'll go to one of our apps in the mono repo and then import this database library. So not quite like a JSON file because it is binary data. Like check this out. Prisma dev.db. Yeah, you see these like weird characters? I guess it's not much. I mean, you could look into the SQLite specification to see what they do, but you can see these are the actual like table definitions and stuff inside of that file. But this isn't meant to be read by humans. There are tools that you can point at this file, and then it will behave just like any database GUI tool you've ever used. Which is we'll do that in a second. But we're gonna take this code and create a basic example that just like inserts a row and like queries the data as well. So we're importing Prisma client. Why don't I see my node modules folder? Is that? Oh! Yeah, they're shared. Yeah. Okay. But the thing is, I did an npm install in that folder. But in turn, it put it... No, I didn't put it there. It didn't put it there. I guess it actually... it put the dependencies in this folder, node modules. So that's cool. That's cool. Okay. No, I do believe... Yeah, so if we just open up VS Code in this root directory, I do believe node modules it has our Prisma stuff. Wow. And that's cool because now when one of these apps adds the dependency for Prisma, it's pulling it from the root. It doesn't have to like go into the packages directory. So that's cool. That's cool. Yeah, so the Prisma client got installed at the root. But if we look at this package JSON, it does have Prisma there. The reason I'm like baffled right now is because I did an npm install. I didn't do like a turbo repo install, and so that's a behavior of npm to put the packages in node modules above it. Oh, okay. So Drills is saying npm code spaces. Turbo repo is using npm code spaces behind the scenes. Is that what's happening? So that it knew to put the dependencies in node modules? Wow. Okay, cool. Not that we even have to worry about that, but it is good to know that like that's what's happening. Okay, so that's why in this folder, the DB folder, I can import Prisma client. Even though there's no node modules right here, it's getting it from like 2 directories above. Okay, so we create an instance of Prisma client, and then right here you can see Prisma in action. So because whenever I did the migration, it actually generated the types, and actually I'll show that right here as well. When Prisma generates the types, it actually puts it into the node modules folder. and it generates them right here. So it literally took that Prisma file that I wrote and then generated a TypeScript interface for both item and user. And now whenever I import Prisma client, it has those types. So if I say Prisma dot user dot find dot delete dot update, it knows about it, and then it can do type checking here as well. So when I pass the data in, email property is correct, but if you remember, we updated the schema so that it has display name. It doesn't have name. So TypeScript is yelling at us because we have those TypeScript types. So that's awesome. That's awesome. Yeah, this is kind of amazing because we're already at a point where we could go into one of our apps and use this client. Let's just do a quick example though. So I want to create the display name of CJ and the email of CJ at null.computer and the Google ID of test123. And is there anything else? That's it. That's it. So when I do this, that's going to put it into the database, and then we log it out. Great. Let's run this code. So I can literally, not literally, I think I'll have to do like TS node. Yeah, TS node. So in the DB folder, npx ts node index.ts. Great. So it inserted that into the database. It got back the ID 1. And then if I write some code, instead of inserting, I query the database. So if I say users are prisma.user.findMany, please. Now users will be an array of every user in the database. So I'll save that. If I run this code, we should see an array with that user inside of it. Boom. Boom. Incremental IDs are fine for this example. It's fine. No UUID. Does SQLite even support UUID? I don't know. Oh, okay. Good call, Mihai Andre. This is a tool that I have not used. Prisma Studio. Not NPM, NPX. So this is like a UI to interact with my database. It's 2022. Look at what we can do. This is amazing. So I can see my database. I could even go in and add a record. So that's going to auto increment. We're going to add drills at drills.com. Name is drills. Incredible. And their Google ID is test1234. Boom. And then save one change. That's actually in the database. And then if I run my query again, we should get 2 back now. The future is now. Did I email the typo the email? It's fine. I'm going to delete this database anyways. But that's super cool. Yeah, you automatically get a UI. It's like a little spreadsheet interface. Let's say we want to add an item. So this will be thing 1. No description, no category. And then we get to choose the user. Oh my goodness. Oh my, this is better than Supabase. Last time I used Supabase anyways. Like the fact that I can do foreign key relations like this. What did I do wrong? I need to check that. Okay, now that I've checked it, I need to save it. There we go. So one user has a thing. What was I updating over here? I don't think I even need to update the user one. Discard changes. Because I inserted into the foreign table, this item has a user of type, a user with ID 1. And then if I go to user, it has 1 item. Wow. Okay. So now, I mean, obviously, I don't need to do this, but we could construct a query that gets a user with all of their items, right? Let's figure out how to do that, and then we'll move on to testing out our first framework, because we basically have our database library now that we can use in each one of these. Yeah. So Prisma is an ORM. It can be used with a lot of different SQL database. So 1 item can belong to 1 user. one user can have many items. But let's go to the Prisma docs, and let's see, how do we get relationships? This is also cool, like a nested create of a related table. You can do that all in one go. That's pretty cool. And this is what we need to do right here. So users find mini, and then we tell it to include just an object. And then I should get type completion for items. True. Whoa. Whoa. And now when I run this code, we should see CJ that has items, which is an array. It's 2022. I mean, it's almost 2023. Prisma is pretty slick, yeah. I mean, well, over the next month or so, as we use it more and more, we're gonna really put it to the test, because we're gonna have some serious multi-level relationships. Like right now, this is a fairly simple relationship. But Murdoch, thank you for that tier 2. Hi. But yeah, this is amazing, right? So this automatically does a join against the items table, or it might do a subquery. We don't know the implementation, but it did it, right? It got back those items. If I had multiple, those would come across here. It's slick. It's super slick. All right, so we've got our database library. Let's... do I want to export... Do I want to export the Prisma client to be used in any other other library? I think maybe that's what I want to do. No, because like this disconnect and stuff like that, I'm going to want to do that in each individual app. You can enable the queries. Is there like a debug? Leave that. Yeah, we'll leave it for, yeah. Later on when we're really looking at Prisma, we'll look at that. Okay, I think what I'm going to do for now is I'm going to export this Prisma client from index.ts, right? So if you remember, we're doing this mono repo thing, right? So this is our database library. It exports the Prisma client, which has these models and the database. So any other app we create, we can use this client inside of it to talk to the database. Yeah. Okay. So database library, done. Done. We got our mono repo set up. We got our database set up so we can use it in each one of our apps. Now let's pick the first one to evaluate. And I'll let you vote. I'll let you all vote on which one we do first. But now's the time. What's up, Glam Shatter Skull? Welcome in. Glad to see you. You stream on Twitch? What's up? What do you do? TTS Necrons versus Gene Stealer Colts in Warhammer. Cool, very cool. All right. Look2 says, Prisma still has some problems as soon as it's going into production. Ran into huge problems behaving weird when using MySQL and Docker Compose. Yeah, I mean, I think that's what we're going to have to figure out on a bigger project, right? And I think that's, if we're going to get like meta for a second, that's the issue with a lot of YouTube tutorials, right? And a lot of blog posts is they're doing very simple things. Like the simple queries that I just did in like 10 minutes are what a lot of videos and posts are doing. They're not necessarily doing complex relationships, complex deploys, and that's really what we're going to evaluate over like the next month or so. But before we can do that, we have to choose a framework. So yeah, streaming hiatus. Oh, no worries. Yeah, but thank you for being here. Appreciate you. All right. What first? Do we use... I'll go in the order that it's written, so there's no bias. Do we use Next 3 first? SvelteKit? Remix? Or Next.js? Vote now. And we're going to use all of these. Every single one of these we're going to use today. But what are we going to do first? That's all you're voting on right now. Eddie says, I have Prisma in production. It's not good for serverless or for free hosting databases. Yeah, I've seen there's some, I don't even know the specifics of it, but I do know there are connectors, I guess you would call it, for Prisma that can work with like a serverless instance. So like it doesn't create too many connections or something like that. Who wrote them? I mean, I wrote them in that order, but I think if I were to say them, honestly, this is probably my order of preference. Never mind. I'm already biased anyways. Oh, the video of creating this Christmas tree. Let's find it. Oh, you know what? I think it's like a 12-hour stream. It's going to be impossible to find. I mean, this is the one issue with... Chill Christmas stream. Oh, there it is. That wasn't hard. It's a long one, but it's in there. And George, thank you for the nearly 2 years. That's awesome. Appreciate you. No, maybe we added more features to the Christmas drop game, but this was definitely the first year that I was using it. So if you look at streams around this time, so this was 2019 would have been the year that I. No, this one is it then. This one's it. Yeah. Yeah, this is the stream where I built this little Christmas drop game. I added a Christmas tree. We put snow. I think eventually we hid the snow because it was like taking up too much space. There we go. I don't know if I'm gonna do. Did you? Yeah, Drills found it too. Thank you, Drills. I don't know if I'm gonna do a Christmas stream this year. We'll see. Who was the winner? SvelteKit. That's a pleasant surprise. Let's get into it. SvelteKit. Yeah, so what we're doing today is we are evaluating several different full stack frameworks on all of these aspects. What's it like to set up the project? What's it like to get a component library working with it? How easy is it to create like a basic layout? How easy is it to integrate social authentication? And how easy is it to get full stack type safety? And how easy is it to integrate Prisma? So yeah, so right now we've done two things that have no bearing on the rest. So we're definitely going to be using Prisma no matter what. And we decided to use Turbo Repo to set all of this up so that each one of these apps we build can use the same database library. But right now we're just getting started. Svelte is the first. And we're going to be evaluating it on project setup. Now I have to keep this in mind because I think I want to do like some sort of like pointing or scoring system, like specifically for SvelteKit. What do I think of the project setup? All that stuff. So as we go, someone remind me, like I should rate it on a scale of like 1 to 5 or 1 to 10. On a scale of 1 to 10, how was the project set up for SvelteKit? That's what we're about to do right now. Let's go. Give me an app. Yeah, so first of all, if you're new to SvelteKit, it is built on top of Svelte, which is a front-end framework that it's a front-end framework. it's nice. It doesn't have a virtual DOM. It's really fast. And if you tuned in last week when I was initially talking about choosing one of these things, SvelteKit was not an option because it was still in like release candidate. A couple days ago, they released version 1.0. Now. Just because it's 1.0 doesn't mean everything is gonna be nice, smooth, and happy, and it's gonna be there still potentially are bugs. There's still potentially things that aren't documented well, and that's really what we're trying to figure out here. Because when we worked on Fresh Spots, we used Fresh from the same team that makes Dino, and we had a rough time because this thing was like brand new. I don't think it's not even in 1.0. Oh yeah, I guess it was in 1.0, but still, it was new. There's not a lot of examples. But this is why I'm hesitant to just pick it for the thing that we're going to eventually build, because I want to make sure that it has good documentation, there's good examples, that kind of thing. So SvelteKit is in 1.0. Let's create a project. And this will be interesting because we actually are doing it in this mono repo. So if you're just joining us, we've created a mono repo with turbo repo. And in the packages folder, we created a database library. This database library is going to be shared between all the instances of the things that we build with each framework. But now if I go into apps, we're going to create an app that is the Svelte app. So this will be Svelte example. Now, in terms of project setup and project generation, I actually really like it when a CLI tool asks me questions. I don't know how customizable this thing is going to get, but there are a lot of front-end frameworks and full-stack frameworks that you just generate the project as is. You don't really get to customize it as much. But let's see. I think I just want a skeleton project. Let's go with skeleton project. And we're going to use TypeScript for all of these apps. I want to use ESLint. I want to use Prettier. So, like, look at this. The fact that I can just click yes twice means, to me, that's awesome. It's going to be so easy to just get up and going and not spend a bunch of time on configuration. I don't want Playwright. We're not going to do any testing. I didn't put that on the list of things to evaluate. This is fine. So, at this point, we now have a Svelte example, and I can do npm run. Oh, and I need to install dependencies and then run it. Oh, the example Wordle game? Yeah, so that's the other cool thing about SvelteKit is they're definitely trying to embrace the idea, like with a server-side framework, with a server-rendered framework, they're trying to get you to like re-embrace the idea. I say re-embrace because in recent years, there's been a shift to putting all of the logic on the client side, and now we're shifting back to putting a lot of the logic on the server side, and SvelteKit kind of embraces that, and a lot of their examples show you how to build things that instead of using like a form event handler with JavaScript, they just use a form method to send the data to the backend. So there's like no JavaScript required for like forms and stuff like that. But in the real world, it's a bit of an overstatement because you typically want like client-side form validation and stuff like that, which you can't do with just like a form post, but yeah. Okay. We've got ourselves a SvelteKit app. Beautiful. I actually really like that there's no built-in styles. It's just like super basic. Let's open it up with VS Code. Okay, we get a lot of stuff. We get our Vite config, which has a SvelteKit plugin. We get a TS config, which again, if I'm gonna let it have its own TS config, I'm not gonna share TS configs in this mono repo because each project does things a little bit different. We've got that, and then let's look at the rules in the ESLint file. So this is the one thing that I care about here is that I actually want the Airbnb config. So right now, this has ESLint recommended, TypeScript recommended, and then it has Prettier. Has the Svelte plugin and TypeScript ESLint. Cool. I am now going to search the web to try and find a Airbnb config. First of all, let's just look at the code. So in the source directory, we've got app.ts. This declares a namespace, and then we have a routes folder that has a page file. So this instantly is like very different than what you're used to in like Next and stuff like that. But what this relates to, or ultimately what this resolves to, is this one file is the one that runs when you go to the root of the site. So because this page Svelte file isn't in a nested folder, this means it's the index file. And if we look in the Svelte documentation, they have a whole thing around page files versus like server files versus component files, and you basically can specifically choose where this code is going to run. In this case, this is just going to be server rendered. So if we look at app.html, yeah. But let's just have some script real quick. And it should have TypeScript already. Yeah, string is not assignable to type number. Cool. So we have TypeScript. That's good. Script at the bottom. You could put it at the top. You could put it anywhere you want. I think this is potentially optional, right? But I think we technically still got that. Can this be hosted on S3? Depends on how you build it, how you write it, and how you build it. Right now, this app is so basic, right? This app is literally just a page, which means you could actually use the adapter static. So if you look in their build process, they have adapters, and they have adapters for different kinds of things. So like serverless functions, edge functions, just a general like node app. There's also like fully statically built. And if you get that static adapter, then when you build this, it will just be static files, and you could host that on S3. But once we start to add server-side logic, you can't do that anymore. You need something with a server runtime. I haven't used Nest.js. I want to try it at some point. Okay, let's look at the docs. I want to figure out, how do we write server-side code that's going to query our database. And then once I get that set up, we'll set up the linter, because I just want to have some working code to lint, because right now we don't have any JavaScript code to lint. I guess we'll go through the docs. Let's look at project structure. Server-only lib files. Web standards. Page.server.ts. That's good to know, but I want to find it in the docs, because another thing we're evaluating this on is how are the docs? Like, can I figure out how to do that just by reading the docs? Yeah, so in this example, they have a server.js file, and then it has a request handler. Cool. Loading data. That's what I want to do. A page.svelte file can have a sibling page.js or page.ts that exports a load function, the return value of which is available to the page via the data prop. This is what we want, right? This is basically server-side code that's going to run to query the database, and then when the page loads, we'll have that data accessible to it. So I want to do something like this. And we'll just do plus page.ts. And so this will be server-side code that runs when the index page loads. And in this case, I just want to query my database. So now is the point where we get into adding a dependency from Turbo from our mono repo. So in our package.json, in dependencies, everything's a dev dependency. That's crazy. Okay, so I'm going to add a dependency that where the name is DB, and we just do star. So, well, not that, like that. Would that work? Maybe we'll go look at Turbo Repo docs. But what I saw in the docs earlier were that is if you do this, it knows that it should reference DB from the packages folder. But let's go back to the Turbo Repo docs, right? So in this example earlier, they created some math helpers, and now we want to import the package. So they say add this to dependencies. And then I do need a main in my DB folder. Workspace calling? We'll see. I definitely want to try to figure it out from the docs, though. What was I doing? Oh, yeah, I'm going to go to the DB folder. So this exports Prisma client. We need to in the package.json, we need to tell it that the main is just index.ts. So that way when we import it elsewhere, it knows to import that one file. That is one thing we need to do. That should be it, honestly. That should be it. So now in our Svelte app, and so Pablo mentioned that this should be page.server.ts. What's the difference? I mean, I'm gonna learn about that. Okay, so a more realistic version is a load function that only runs on the server, and this is what we want, which is why we do .server. Because if we do without .server, then this code will try to run on the client as well. We don't want that. This is definitely code that will only run on the server. So page.server. And then instead of page load, it's server load. So, I mean, great. In their example, they have like a lib, etc. In our example, we literally will just import from DB. So import Prisma client from DB. And then we'll say our users are await Prisma client. We get type completion. That means it's working. It's working. So Prisma client dot user dot find many, and then include the items, please. Okay, so our server-side code is going to return this users object. Why are the load arguments not typed properly? I think ultimately we need this JS, even though it's a TypeScript file, we need this JS doc, because otherwise, how would TypeScript know what this load function is for? Now, what we probably could do is we could say like this, and then we could find the type and then type it right there. Like put the type there if we import the type. But by doing it this way, it types the function. But I think that's the main thing, is like without that, TypeScript wouldn't know what this function was for. And right now I don't need the arguments, but what was it earlier? Params? And that's the any type? Yeah, it doesn't even know the types right now. I'm not too worried about that though. What I want is linter errors. If you remember, that's why we're here. It's for the linter errors. Regardless of all this, honestly, at this point, we should be able to use those in the... Yeah, this is crazy. So if I just do export let data, where am I? In the bottom left, switch to TypeScript. Well, we're in TypeScript. What do you mean? Oh, in the docs. Hey, good call. Good call. So that makes a whole lot more sense, right? So now they're actually importing the types and then using satisfies. Hey. So now we can say this satisfies export const load equals an async function that satisfies page server load. Cool. Now we get type completion. So the params we can see is of type route params. Great. I'm not using them, but it is of type route params. So that's awesome. Now I don't know, where do I get the types from? Can you use export const load equals page server load? Maybe? Yeah, I'm actually curious why they wrote it that way. that works too. GecDev. Yeah, I prefer this too. I don't like that they in their examples they're wrapping with the function in parentheses. Regardless, we need to stop focusing on things that don't matter right now. What matters is the ESLint config. I want ESLint to throw an error that we don't have semicolons. I want ESLint to throw an error that this function only returns a value, so it actually should just be an implicit return. That's what I want. And to get that, we need the Airbnb config. So let's figure out SvelteKit Airbnb config. Yeah, what's up, Ivo? We're just using npm. We're not using pnpm, but we are using Turbo Repo and Prisma right now. Use Airbnb's ESLint config with TypeScript and Prettier and Svelte apps. Install the necessary dependencies. Create 3 files. Find the Prettier RC. That's all. So I'm not going to blindly follow this tutorial, but I'm going to find the dependencies that we don't yet have and then make sure that we have those. So if we look at our package.json in our Svelte app, we've got TypeScript ESLint plugin, TypeScript ESLint parser, ESLint config Prettier, ESLint plugin Svelte 3, and then some Prettier plugins. So these are all the ESLint dependencies that we have. npm is it's like half the npm registry. I'm going to keep this tab open. Let's see if there's like a community example of doing this, because I mean, this post is from 2 years ago, so things might have changed with SvelteKit. So yeah, exclamation mark theme has all of my info, but the font is called Anonymous Pro. A lot of these things don't have Airbnb in them. What's up, Jaguar? Welcome in. Yeah, time to switch to Google. I mean, the DuckDuckGo examples, they didn't have the word Airbnb in them. Yeah, I guess this is one of those things where it's getting to a point where less and less people are using it, so there are less instructions on how to do it. I am like, I don't know if anyone can tell me, like, what should I use instead of the Airbnb config? Like, okay, well, and let me rephrase that. I want a pre-set up ESLint config that is going to automatically add semicolons. Like, it's going to yell at me that I'm not using semicolons. I want it to yell at me that I have something that should be an implicit return. I want it to yell at me that there should be trailing commas here. Let's ask ChatGPT. Give me a second, I'll go log in. But honestly, you know what ChatGPT is going to use as a resource? That dev.to article that we went to. So ESLint init doesn't ask about Airbnb config, and ESLint init doesn't know about Svelte. So we're up against multiple issues here because it's not just a plain TypeScript project. It is a Svelte project, which is slightly different. ChatGPT is now less likely to refuse to answer questions. Oh. How do I add ESLint Airbnb config to a SvelteKit project? Oh, I don't know yet, Zealots. We're just getting into it. So we've only generated the Svelte app, and now I'm trying to configure it before we get into it. Install the following npm packages. Do you see what I see? Oh, I forgot with TypeScript. Yeah. So, but I mean, that's it. Your SvelteKit project can now be set up with ESLint and Airbnb config. There's a whole like, I feel like there's gonna be a whole meme economy around like bad Chat GPT answers. So, I mean, if you were a beginner, you'd be like, oh, heck yeah, copy paste. I know that, first of all, I don't necessarily want I don't need JSX rules. I don't need React. I don't need these two dependencies for what I'm trying to do. So I don't know, as a senior developer, I can analyze this blog post and say, okay, I see what you were trying to do, but I know that really all I need is like this and this. And I see that you want me to copy and paste this config, but I know that really all I need to do is add like one line to it. So regardless of who gave me the answer here, I still have to use my own wits to determine how to actually do it. ESLint config generator. That one. Module. No JSX. Yeah, it's not experimental though. This is pretty old, Fob. I think like because this is a rule that just is enabled now, and it's not allow it. It should be enforce it. So like the linter will complain if you don't use object spread, that kind of thing. You still have to parse through the answer. I mean, we could try to ask it something like better. Let's start again. It was my fault. I didn't ask the right question. How do I add ESLint Airbnb config with TypeScript to and instead of SvelteKit, I'm just gonna say Svelte because the data that it knows about is from 2021. Yeah, people would use object assign instead, but there's a linter rule that will see object assign and say use object spread instead, which is what I want. Yeah, this is better. This is better because really the only new one that I would need to add is ESLint Airbnb config base and ESLint plugin svelte. But what this is missing is the ESLint config Airbnb base TypeScript, which I think they do have here. Yeah, ESLint config Airbnb TypeScript is the one we want, not base. So ChatGPT tried. It tried its hardest, but we're gonna go with this blog post from 2020. I think it's gonna get us closer. Okay, not that one. This one. We can see we have ESLint plugin, parser, ESLint config prettier, but what we don't have, we need to go into apps and the SvelteKit example. Is this not check? I see what you mean. Yeah. So in the real world, don't copy and paste dependencies from a blog post. Go to npm, make sure that it's a real thing. Make sure that it has a lot of downloads. I've done this setup before, so I know this dependency, ESLint config Airbnb TypeScript. I know it's something that we need. What else? So we have config prettier. I don't care about comments. Do we need import? So that's the funny thing is like they're not even using the import plugin here. Oh, here we go. We might need the import one. I've never heard of ESLint plugin promise. I don't want that. And then we already have Svelte 3 and we already have prettier. Yeah, so of everything they've listed here, the only thing we actually need is ESLint config Airbnb TypeScript. Hopefully. Let's install that as a dev dependency. Oh goodness. Capital dash, capital D, that. Okay. Nice shirt turn up. Your topping mode is beans. That's awesome. Okay, so we have that dependency. And now, in our ESLint config, which it generated, we just need to slightly modify. We have the parser set. We have parser options module and ECMAScript version. We'll see if we have to set that. I'm not going to do anything with the rules. For plugins, we have TypeScript, ESLint, and Svelte. And then in terms of extends, did we have a dependency for TypeScript, Prettier, ESLint? Where's the Airbnb plugin? They're literally not using the, did I miss? Oh, I missed it. Okay, it's the first one. I was like, what? Okay. So on extends, we have ESLint recommended. Honestly, I can remove these because the Airbnb config covers a lot of these. So you do it like this. You Airbnb TypeScript, then Prettier, and then Prettier TypeScript ESLint. Well, that's the thing, Drills, is that after I get this set up, ESLint should be able to automatically format this file, which is what I want. Okay, why is this complaining? Prettier TypeScript ESLint has been merged into Prettier. Good call. So I actually don't even need that. I just need Prettier. All right, let's look at the output here. Why is it complaining? Error while loading TypeScript ESLint dot notation. You have used a rule which requires parser services to be generated. You must therefore provide a value for parser options dot project. Right, which is what they did right here. So we need that in our... Yes, we can get it to format this file, which is, I mean, and that's the thing. Like, I don't like formatting these files manually. We can have rules that will format these automatically. Okay, so... that's good. I'm going to reload this window because that's going to reload all of the configs and everything else. And in a second, I also want to enable a rule that will lint this config file. Because you can see right now, like I'm mixing single quotes and double quotes. And then also all of that's on a single line. Let's see. In page.server, it is not complaining. Oh, actually, here we go. Definition for rule, React JSX file name extension was not found. Okay, so that's why that's why they disabled these two rules here. I think. So these React rules, I think those are coming from Airbnb TypeScript. Like it has React inside of it, I do believe. Yeah. So I'm gonna disable these rules and see what happens. Airbnb TypeScript base. Airbnb isn't specific to React. Let's see. Immortal Box, thank you for that resub. Appreciate you. Definition for rule import extensions was not found. Okay, I think that's why we need ESLint plugin import. I don't speak Spanish, sorry. People in the chat do, but we do try to keep it in English. Let's do this. Yeah, so I need the import dependency. Reload the window again. Then definition for rule import extensions was not found. Yeah, no worries, Porty. Thank you for asking. What did you find, Drills? Yeah, so we installed this dependency. We should just look at its documentation, right? make sure that I have Airbnb config base as well. So I want to add this as a dependency too. So I need base and TypeScript. At this point, we've installed ESLint config Airbnb TypeScript, ESLint plugin import, and ESLint config Airbnb base. And then within our ESLint config file, add Airbnb base. And Airbnb TypeScript base. We did that. Do we have a TS config in here? Because that's what I set it up as. Yeah, there is a TS config. So in this config, we specifically right here told it to use that TS config. All right. That's what I like to see. But we are going to reload the window. I don't need the one without base. All right, why is this complaining? Prefer default export. That's good. It's not complaining about semicolons and such, though. So let me make sure that our pretty RC looks good. So use tabs, single quote, trailing comma. I do want a trailing comma, ES5. And then true. Semicolon's true. I do believe, okay, I think we need to go one step further with prettier, though. So if you look at the prettier docs, this example is fine. I'll keep that open for later reference, because we're going to do this thing multiple times today. So we did all of that, and then integrating with linters. So we do need ESLint config prettier, and then ESLint plugin prettier. We need both of those to get I've found in the past to get everything to work together. So ESLint config prettier, I think we already have. If we look in our package.json, we have ESLint config prettier. But what we also want is ESLint plugin prettier, which we don't have, I don't think. Right? Yeah, it's not there. This is the one that we need that's going to bring it all together. This basically integrates prettier with ESLint so that the rules don't interfere with each other, and all of the formatting rules of prettier become linting rules. So we've done that. In our plugins, we need to put prettier. Recommended configuration is add that. Extend plugin prettier recommended. Are we already doing this? There we go. This is the winner. Yes. You see it's complaining about semicolons. That's awesome. I now want it to complain about this file, so I'm actually going to look in... Yeah. Well, actually, right here, ignore patterns. I don't want to ignore .cjs. This is what I want. Okay. Great. So now in my TS config, I need to tell it about the .cjs files. So in my TS config, there should be an include, and I'm just going to say .eslint rc.cjs. So now that gets rid of that error, or it should. Let's reload. I'll give you an update in a second, Codaf, because it's about to just all work right now. Yes. So now this is complaining about double quotes. So if I run ESLint, fix all auto-fixable problems, beautiful. And then, why is this complaining? TypeScript should be listed in, yeah, so no extraneous dependencies. We're going to have to disable that linter rule because everything in SvelteKit is a dev dependency. And so in our ESLint file, in our rules, disable that rule. Why else is this complaining? Global require. And we'll disable that for this one line. Okay. Okay. Now, why is this complaining? Oh, I overrode include. How do I extend include? Let's look at SvelteKit tsconfig.json, because basically I want include to be the same thing. I just want to add .cjs here. Is this bad? This is probably bad. It's fine though. Yeah, well, I'm the only reason I'm using the monorepo is to share the database library. I don't so much care about configs, because that's not the point of this project. Thank you, Minoix. I didn't even think to search for it. This is not supported. Great. That's fine. I mean, oh, you know what I could do? Well, no, I can't because it's a JSON file. Oh, you're right. It has the file option. Let's see. Does the original have a file? It doesn't. Good call. Amit. You also said taco config, which is really funny, but I knew what you meant. TS config. So does that mean that I can just say files? Can you use both? So this should complain about some quotes right there, and it does. And then over here on this file, it's complaining about the semicolons. And if I run ESLint fix a lot of fixable problems, it adds all the stuff that I want. Beautiful. And then I'm actually just going to disable prefer default export, because that's a thing that we don't do a lot in Svelte as well. So right here for default export. No. All right, I think we've done it, everyone. Now let me tell you what we did. Let me tell you what we did. And we'll reload the window. So first of all, if you're just joining us, we are evaluating multiple full stack frameworks today. We're on the first one. We're evaluating SvelteKit. And we are evaluating how easy is it to get a project set up with ESLint and Prettier and the Airbnb config. Those are the things that I really like to code with. It makes my life a whole lot easier and better when I have these configs set up in my project. So overall, getting this set up, I'd probably give it like a I'm in the wrong folder now. But let's make sure that it still works, right? So like in here, it'll complain about like missing trailing commas, which is what I want. And then we also want to make sure that it can lint inside of here. So const thing equals this, return, wow. No semicolon? Why is it not running in my Svelte file? So Airbnb config, yeah, let me talk about that, because you may be new to all of this. Airbnb is a company. They have a lot of engineers, they have a lot of apps, and those engineers, some of them use JavaScript. And so their team got together and they came up with a style guide for JavaScript. They came up with a whole bunch of rules around how you should do things. Let's see an example of destructuring. So they have rules that say, don't write code like this, write code that looks like this. Both of these two pieces of code do exactly the same thing. I mean, all three of these pieces of code do exactly the same thing. They just have rules around, hey, if we see this code, it should look like this. And now they have these rules for all kinds of things. So destructuring, they have rules about semicolons, rules about what you should do for strings, what you should do for functions. And the thing is, all of these rules, they're just opinions, right? Your JavaScript code is going to work regardless of if you follow those rules or not. For the most part, some of the rules actually have a good reason and prevent you from doing things that could cause errors down the line. But ultimately, it's a style guide. And it would be really cumbersome if every time I wanted to format my file, I'd have to come to their guide here, pick the section to make sure that I'm doing the right thing. So what someone has done is they've taken all of these rules and they've codified them into a config for this tool called ESLint. So ESLint is a tool that allows you to create a configuration that describes the rules that you want to follow for your code. And you can create your own config. And there are hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands, of rules that you can turn on or turn off or customize for your JavaScript code. So what somebody did is they went through all of these rules that Airbnb has laid out. They created an ESLint config that has all of those rules specified, and now in my editor, I can get it to complain when I do something like this. And actually, I mean, this technically should complain about implicit return. But you can see that some of the things it complains about are like missing semicolons and missing commas. Like, technically, this code will still work without that. But now my editor can work on my behalf. So the Airbnb config is specifically an ESLint config that has put all of these rules in there so that I can adhere to those rules in my code base. Now, I don't work at Airbnb, but I do like the rules that they came up with, which is why pretty much every project I've ever worked on professionally uses the Airbnb config. Also, so that I don't have to come up with that config myself. Now, I do some customizations. Like, I use this as a base, and then I will turn off some rules that I don't like. But I have come to like Airbnb, and I mean, specifically because it requires semicolons. I like semicolons, and also because it requires single quotes instead of double quotes. I like that rule as well. There's some other linter thingies out there. Like, there's the standard config. Now there's also like XO. I don't like XO. It does some weird things around like spacing and like function names and stuff like that. So yeah, Airbnb is closest to my preferences, and probably because I've used it so much, it's my preferences. Why don't I make my own? Because Airbnb does everything I need, and I typically only do like 4 or 5 things before that. Before moving on, remove return. Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, then it's just a syntax error at that point. I mean, I would have liked, I don't know, I thought Airbnb would do this. I would have liked if it turned this into an implicit return. Like that. I don't know. Okay, we need to figure this out before we move on. Why is linting not running in this this script file here? So the tsconfig loads svelte files, and that still seems to be working. So if I format this with, so if I format it with prettier, you can see it swapped things around and it added the semicolons. But this is the reason that I added the ESLint config with prettier, is that I want them both to be working on my behalf. So prettier handles the formatting, ESLint handles the linting, like missing semicolons. Let's see, Minux, thank you. And I do have this plugin. I see. I think I need to just add this to my workspace settings. Oh, I see. So, um, add a folder, VS Code. Is it .VS Code or is it just VS Code? I think there's a dot. Cool. So now ESLint validate should do Svelte. Yeah, and then when I run ESLint, it has no idea what to do. Yeah, what's up, BFL? I'm doing all right. Oh, not quite Unicorn Salami. The reason I'm using the mono repo is right now, our only example here is SvelteKit. But in a second, not in a second, in 30 minutes, whenever we do this with Nuxt and then when we do it with Next, I basically want to be able to just pull in this Prisma client in any one of those backends. That's why we're using the mono repo. It doesn't really have anything to do with like where the code is running. Where the code runs is dependent on each framework. And in this example, Svelte has a specific mechanism for telling it that I only want to run this code on the server, and that is this page.server file. So because I put my database querying code in here, this code is only going to run on the server. If I tried putting my database query code on the client, it would just fail because like the SQLite dependency and the Prisma dependencies wouldn't even bundle and work in a client-side code. But yeah, there's that. Since when is laying a property of the script element? It has to do with Svelte. This also, you'll see a similar thing in Vue. Yeah, I see where you're coming from, Killer. Like, you don't always want the implicit return, but yeah. And Lee Geek, thank you for that resub. Appreciate you. What's up? Yeah, I don't know about this Dextronex. If you search the web for it, you might be able to find it. But there, when you can run ESLint init, and it will ask you questions like, do you want to use semicolons? Do you want to use single quotes versus double quotes? But it doesn't ask you enough questions, right? Like earlier we were talking about the Airbnb config. Like it does not ask you 39 questions, which is why it's limited in what it does by default. But move it to my global settings. Editor support. ESLint. Confirmed. It should be .vs code. Settings.json. Let me look at. I mean, I have the ESLint extension. Yeah. What I'm also curious about though is, did I break it? In that when I was changing these things in here, for Svelte 3, run the Svelte 3 processor. What if we don't do that? Extra file extensions? Maybe? Is that a thing? Our TS config, did I revert that? Yeah, I think we're going to go back to doing what I did earlier with the files thing. The include. reload the window real quick. Is the plus breaking a rule somewhere? I would have hoped that like in this config, yeah, I mean, I just commented out this override because yeah, but let's see really quick. I'm gonna try this extra file extensions property. Yeah, this is painful. I agree. The thing is, like, if we figure it out once, we don't ever have to figure it out again. But also, this is just in terms of how I'm going to rate this. It's taking a lot. like Svelte is so special in that like it does things so differently than every other like JavaScript framework because it has its own specific syntax. You run into weird issues like this. Special. Did I mean star.svelte? Thank you, Balandura. Star.star.svelte? Yeah, I could look this up on ESLint to see exactly what it needs to be. But the thing is, when I change it to .svelte, watch. Let me get this. tsconfig does not include this file. But it does. Because of this. Is it the plus sign? You know what? You might be right about that plus sign. Also, I guess it is, but what if it's like some weird internal thing where like that is a regular expression and being interpreted as a regular expression? On the paths? Oh, the issue is the dot dot. Right, so because I copied it, these all need to be relative now. That's the winner. Yeah. And then, can I go back to this? And this? What's this ambient thing? Ambient. I'm missing a slash. Where? Where am I missing the slash? Do I need the dot slash like this? Let's hope that this fixes it. It is, yeah, it is pretty frustrating. Like, I feel like I mean, I'm the problem, right? Like, it's the fact that I want to use Airbnb config, that's my issue. Config lovers in chat. Like, most people would be happy with the default config, but I'm not. Like, it doesn't have enough rules, honestly. And in like in a project, especially that other people might be, I wrote kite, not kit. SvelteKit. I mean, that's not gonna fix it, but still. Thank you, everyone. Appreciate you. All right, so if I disable that, that gives us this error that says, hey, you need to have extra file extensions. Okay. And we need to do that. And then this says, hey, tsconfig does not include this file. And then this is the issue that we were trying to fix by doing this. Wait. I shouldn't override includes, period. True. Also, oh, I guess that was files instead of includes. Oh, man. That was my fault. Yeah. Shulman's got it. All right, if this works, we need to figure out... We'll figure out a better way because this seems bad. Yeah, tsconfig does not include this file. All right. If we get rid of this entirely, and we re-enable this, and we tell it to ignore this file, because then we get this linter error, which is why we had to override the include thing. I guess if we just did files, right? I like using JS for the config because then I can run my linter on it. Go to the main tsconfig extends and check for base path. Okay, I'll do that next. I did it wrong. Yeah, CJS, that was it. I'm just going to get back to where we were, which is the linter. The linter works over here. Forgive a second. Linter works over here, but it doesn't work over here. Okay, so yeah. Now we're at the point where Terawatt was saying something about base path. Check for base path in the main tsconfig. Base URL. And then we were looking at, was it this one? Oh, these compiler options are inherited. Is that what you're saying? Well, no, this is for tsconfig though. No, exactly, MC Stilto. Like, we figure this out once, and then any other SvelteKit app we use, we'd be able to do this. Check the dev.to blog post. Can you link it to me again? I don't have it. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, this one. tsconfig root directory. Oh, is that really all I need? I don't know. Let's see. Yeah, okay. I'm pretty sure I set up a linter in Alka. What's up? What's up, dude? Thank you for the 32 months. That's a long time. So, coding.garden was built with SvelteKit. Now, someone just made a PR against my repo and rewrote the entire thing in SvelteKit, and then I reviewed it and changed some things and then accepted it, but that means that I had to learn a little bit of SvelteKit. I'm going to go look at that code to see if I set up a config over there. Up like an Airbnb config over there. I don't know if I did or not. I have a feeling I did because it seems like something I would do. But let's see if I did. And if I did, we can compare because I know that's like a known good working config. So I have prettier. I didn't. Yeah, I didn't add the Airbnb config. No, I saw your message drills. I just wanted to. I wanted to look. I wanted to look at the code. So this is the Coding Garden website, and then this is the ESLint config. I mean, yeah, it looks like we did do this. GitHub code? What GitHub code? Yeah, that's the file that I'm looking at. Come on. Come on. If That's a good point, Monoix. If I run the linter, does it look at Svelte files? Let's just try that really quick before we do anything else. Do we have a linter task? Um, uh, okay. All right, we're just gonna ignore these CJS files, and actually that's what we were doing over here, and that's what it originally did. Wait, I'm not looking at the right thing. This. So, yeah, it didn't touch those files. You're right, but we're gonna go back to not overwriting our TS config. Oh, it's looking at JS files too. I mean, I want it to. So the TS config should have a files property. /star/star.js. Why no npm run lint? Because it runs prettier first. I just wanted to run ESLint. Wouldn't this include it? Man, do I have to specify the names? It's complaining about these two JS files right here. I did it. Cool. Now I can lint these files. But it doesn't see the Svelte file. It's not running it against the Svelte file. What's up, play with Fetties? Okay. I am willing to admit that I am trying to do something that is just not something people typically do. And in turn, that makes it much harder because I can't find documentation on it. I can't figure out how to do it myself. That's my problem. That's not a problem with SvelteKit. So I totally removed that terawatt. Like, if we look at my TS config, right now I'm only adding those two files. The base TS config that we're extending does have like .svelte and stuff like that, but it looks like it's not looking at the Svelte files. I guess the other issue is it could be this thing, this overrides. So use the Svelte3/Svelte3 processor when running against Svelte files. How do I still look so calm after all this? I don't know. Should I be just yelling profanities right now? Yeah. Okay. So honestly, what we need to do is we need to move on. So here's what we do. Project generation, I give this a 10 out of 10. Like, if you're going to use the default config that it gives you and you don't want to modify ESLint and Prettier beyond what it gives you, it's perfect. If you saw what we did earlier, I don't know if it's still in my, it's not in my history, but it generated an app. It asked us questions about what we wanted to use. Great. That was awesome. Trying to get TypeScript in Airbnb, not so much. This is going to be a 2 out of a 10. And again, it's my own fault. I'm the one that wants the Airbnb config here, but very clearly, this was just not meant to do that, right? So, project generation, great. Setting up the config myself, I mean, the reason I give it a 2 is because it gave us a base config to work from, right? If I didn't care about the Airbnb rules, I would have already had an ESLint and a Prettier config ready to go. It's my fault that I wanted to modify it. Right? Right? I don't know. Okay, regardless, let's get a component library working with it. We're gonna move on, but if we do choose Svelte, I'm gonna possibly just spend some time off stream configuring Airbnb. Like I could get it working, not with this many people watching me. Like, let's try that, Minoix. I think. Let's see. Yeah, it still skips it anyways, which is so weird. But yeah. Codechips.me/ESLint Svelte TypeScript. Who's CodeChips? And what do they want with my what do they want with my ESLint config? Yeah, what's nice is a SvelteKit app already comes generated with this config that they have that they're setting up here. The issue is adding Airbnb on top of it. So, too many eyes on me, yeah. And also, like, I have to talk through everything that I do. And then also I'm getting, like, self-conscious because I'm, like, flipping between these config files. And I'm like, who on earth wants to watch somebody flip between config files? Changing like who watches that for entertainment? You all do. Yeah, I appreciate you. Thank you for being here. Thank you, dude. I know that you all are proof that people will watch me work on my configs, but I also want to I'm here for the configs. I also want my content to be entertaining for new people. Here's the thing, new people don't know that they want to watch me work on my configs yet. They see me working on my configs and they're like, this ain't it. But what they don't realize, and I've got to get them in first. I've got to get them entertained by what we were doing. Okay. We are at a point where, like, at least our TS files are linted, right? That's a good point. Okay, so let's keep moving. Next up, component library setup. I'm gonna set a 5-minute timer just to discuss this. Like, I want a component library that will actually work with Svelte, React, and Vue. So we can use the same one for all three. Right now, the contender is Flowbyte. Flowbyte is based on Tailwind, but they also have specific component libraries for Vue, for React, and for Svelte. And so I think I'm just going to go down this route. Like, specifically, if we look at Flowbyte, Svelte, Flowbyte Svelte is its own separate library that we could be using. They have buttons, which is what we want. Like this, import button, and then we get a beautiful button, right? So Flowbyte is a contender right now. Const UI, is this the one you showed me last time? Yeah, I'm gonna veto this one because it's more focused on mobile styles, it seems. But if we were building a hybrid mobile app, I definitely am going to try this at some point because this looks slick. So. That's funny. Did you ask ChatGPT if people would watch me working with my configs? And thank you, Farshi. I miss these messages earlier. I came for the programming, stayed for the config files. Yeah. Yeah. I appreciate that, coding streams. I think that's the thing, is like a lot of people just relate to my struggle. Skeleton UI, is that what it's called, Pablo? Yeah, so Material UI wouldn't work because it is React specific. There's probably like Svelte Material, and then in the Vue ecosystem, there's Vuetify or Quasar. But I want to find one thing that has libraries for all the other things. Does Daisy have like component libraries? I know it. It's similar to Flowbyte, but what's cool about Flowbyte is they also have these separate, like Svelte specific and Vue specific libraries that are using Tailwind under the hood. What's nice is you just do this, but under the hood it has a bunch of Tailwind classes on it. I guess technically we're going to be like testing the Tailwind setup as well. So use. Yeah, Daisy UI is a little bit different because you're just using the Tailwind classes. I like Flowbyte because it's a little bit higher level. Okay, Skeleton is for Svelte. I see. Oh, GeoCities. It's a joke. It's a yoke, but it's funny because we could use Bootstrap. I think we're gonna try Flowbyte. Let's try Flowbyte. Here we go. We spent 4 minutes. I didn't see anything better. Let's go. So again, if you go to flowbyte.com, it'll tell you all about it. And if you just start looking at their components like buttons, you actually don't even need to install anything. If you have Tailwind set up, you could literally go in and copy the code required to create buttons like this. I don't want to do that. I want to use the component libraries because they hide all of that implementation detail. So in this example, we could use the Svelte one. And so, okay, so first we do have to set up Tailwind. Okay, never, we're gonna, we have been working on this for 2 hours. It's taken us 2 hours to, I mean, this initial setup was only like 30 minutes. So we really spent like an hour and a half on this one piece of SvelteKit, which is crazy. But I'm going to set another stopwatch to see how long does it take me to get Tailwind set up in SvelteKit. We'll give it a fair chance. Let's reset it. SvelteKit add or Svelte add? Easily add integrations to Svelte apps. Create a SvelteKit app. What if I already have a SvelteKit app? Adding one integration at a time. npx, Svelte add, latest, Tailwind? Let's try it. If this goes wrong, Pablo, it's all your fault. Give me Tailwind, please. npm install to install these new dependencies. Oh, I'm not gonna commit. Nah. So we should have a Tailwind config file, nice one. A post-CSS config file, nice one. Great. Svelte add is really cool. Yeah, that's awesome. That's great. I didn't even have to go to the Tailwind docs. All right, we have Tailwind now. Now let's add Flowbyte. as a dev dependency. Look at all those config files. And let's go to the so Flowbyte Svelte is technically separate from Flowbyte itself, but it's from the same team. So we did that. In our config, we need to update it. So we're in our Tailwind config. This is the content property. That goes there. That goes like that, like that. Require the Flowbyte plugin. Dark mode class. Sure. Now you're ready to add the following. Cool. All right, so let's add a button. So buttons, import the button, use the button. Okay, so on our home page right now, which is nothing. It's wait, why do we have a layout? Oh, the layout imports the base CSS. This was a code mod that was done by Tailwind, or sorry, SvelteAdd. It added a layout and then imported our post CSS, which adds all the Tailwind config. Cool. Great to know. Great to know. But in this component, instead of saying welcome to SvelteKit, I want a button. So we're going to import import a button from SvelteKit, or sorry, from Flowbyte Svelte, and then we have our button that says hello world. A poop button? No. Okay. Is this running? It is. Is it running on the Vite port? It is. Oh no. Are we going to run into an issue because it was like trying to server-side render that? Cannot find module Tailwind CSS. Hey. You should have added that why didn't it add that? Oh, you know what? It probably already did. It probably already did, but like Drills is saying, it was too many changes at once. That is a button. Can we make it look better? So can we do color purple? Not quite. Yeah, the default should be blue. Okay, so it's adding all of these CSS classes, but they don't exist. So Tailwind didn't get loaded. That ain't working. Tailwind isn't working. So let's look at our styles. There's Tailwind. Yeah, it could be a thing where Flowbyte, so when this is getting server rendered, the classes aren't available. Let's do a test. Like if we just do raw Flowbyte in the Svelte template, like this. My hunch is that Tailwind is able to see these classes and inject them, whereas with the other one, it's not. Yeah. Yes. And if I comment that out. Yeah, so, but when I load this one, the classes are not available. They have not been compiled, which means that tells me, did I add the Flowbyte plugin to the Tailwind config? Yeah. So we did the getting started. I did svelte add Tailwind. I installed dependencies. We just restarted the dev server. Oh, it says I need all of these. Okay, I'm not opposed to that. Let's do it. I only added Flowbyte Svelte. I didn't know that I also needed Flowbyte and everything else. Okay. Okay. And we already updated our config to have this. So that was probably it. I just need more dependencies. Or not. Or not. Let's double check my configs. It wouldn't hurt to do a quick npmi. Sure. And then we will rerun it. Let's double check my config. I've been known to do things wrong. We've got content. We've got plugins. Does Svelte add work for SvelteKit? I thought it did when we just looked at the Svelte add. It did mention that it would work with SvelteKit, but let's make sure that now that we're at this point and it's not working, let's make sure that all of the configs get set up as well. Do we have... Okay, so try the background. Yeah, so we've already confirmed that if I use the classes directly, it works. So I guess that means Tailwind is set up, right? So if I do this and use the classes directly, it works. See? Hello world. But if I try to use the Flowbyte component, those classes have not been loaded. I mean, honestly, if I do this, it's probably the hot reload would make it work for a second. Yeah, because the classes have loaded, but if I do a hard refresh... Wait, is it just working all of a sudden? I changed nothing. Okay. Let's be sure. Let's kill it, rerun it, and then this. Add SSR false. But I already restarted after installing the missing dependencies. So I guess that was it. It was the missing dependencies, but I swear. Watch the replay. I swear that I restarted the server after installing dependencies. Oh well. We've got ourselves a button on the page, and it says "Hello World." Awesome. Glad to see it. Okay. Let's go. Shipped. Tailwind setup. I give that a okay. We had a little bit of. Honestly, no. Here's the thing: if you're looking at purely the Tailwind setup, Svelte add did it for us, right? So if you missed that, so there's this Svelte add package. I literally just said Svelte add Tailwind CSS. It knew exactly what to do. It created the Tailwind config for me. It created post CSS config. It created a layout file. It did all of this stuff, boom, in an instant. That's a 10 out of 10 in my book. The component library setup, it's a little more meh. I'm gonna give that a 6 out of 10, because my machine is haunted. Right? Like the fact that I installed things, I restarted, it didn't work. I mean, that's not its fault. I'll be nicer on it. I'm giving it a 7 out of 10. But yeah, spooky out of 10. So yeah, that's what I'm saying. It was user error, but also I was following two different things, right? So I followed, yeah. So let me just confirm this. So if you look at Flowbyte and you go to Svelte, it says do this, and then do this, and then do this, right? So This is what I followed. But if I go directly to the Flowbyte Svelte documentation, it says do this, and then do this, and then do this. So this is an issue with the documentation, right? The flowbyte.com is not in sync with flowbytesvelte.com, right? That's all I'm saying, right? Because flowbyte.com does not have this step to install these extra dependencies. Instructions unclear. And so really, like, we're judging Flowbytes right now. We're not, yeah. Are out of sync. I guess we could make a pull request. Content? Stay on target? But what if it's as easy as just editing this file and then going over here and editing this file and getting the source and copying it and going in here and getting started. Where's getting started? Is it the index here? Was there an edit this page? That's what I was looking for. That's why I clicked the GitHub button. There was a pages folder? Okay. Source. Routes. Pages. Getting started. Raw. I mean, I guess I didn't have to do that. Really, all I was going to do is just copy this section right here. Cool. Before I make this change, I should make sure that somebody already hasn't made a PR for this. They made a PR, it just hasn't been merged yet. Okay, so I didn't even need to do this. But somebody found the issue. Okay. Can I +1 this? Is it not the same dependencies? It is. See? Svelte Heroes? Floating UI DOM? What the heck? Yeah, they're different. That's so weird. Oh well. Somebody's on it. I'm not even gonna worry about it anymore. Okay. Flowbyte Svelte is in early development. I get it. Yeah, I think that's the thing is each one of these framework specific Flowbyte things like Flowbyte Svelte, Flowbyte Vue, Flowbyte React, they probably have a different team working on each one. So, you know, I can understand it. Okay, 15 minutes for Tailwind setup and debugging. It's not horrible. Let's create a basic layout. Now, I just want to have a nav bar and like a container. So let's do that. Nav bar. Seems fine. Let's do this. Ask ChatGPT. I think this is a little too specific. Like I'm guessing Flowbyte Flowbyte Svelte probably didn't exist in 2021. Shouldn't give a high rating. Exposes the problem of work with something that just released. True. You've convinced me. 5 out of 10. Especially because the PR was different than what we actually ended up doing. Do we have a poem from ChatGPT? Configuring config files can take up quite a lot of time, but with a little bit of care, it's a task that's not so rare. Just follow the rules, don't be a clown, and you'll have those configs locked down. A bit of trial and error may ensue, but it's a task that you can renew. Okay, I've got that. I'm going to copy this navbar in. So don't be afraid to take the reins. Configuring config files can be a game. Just keep at it and don't despair, and soon you'll have configs beyond compare. Yeah, it's actually pretty cool, like what ChatGPT can do. I was actually, the other night, I was asking ChatGPT to generate punk rock chord progressions and then punk rock lyrics for Christmas songs. And it was great. It did a really good job. So it's actually like really good at coming up with like poems and songs and stuff like that. You should do the nav and layout. Good call. Good call. I agree with that. So in Svelte, this concept is this layout is going to be used by all the other pages that get loaded. And so what we would do is we would put this nav bar above the slot, because the slot is where like the main page gets rendered into. Good call, Pablo. I haven't seen Refusion, no. I'm assuming, like, but the thing is, I'm assuming that they didn't write that poem because it was very extensive. I don't know. You tell me, Minoix. Do you want to take credit for this poem? And also, Minoix has been putting ChatGPT quotes in the chat, so I assumed it was ChatGPT. Did I try to give ChatGPT an express routes file to generate docs? I haven't done that yet. No. Okay, so we should have a nav with a button on the page. Why do I keep closing my app? Oh. Oh. Also, how can I get dark mode? What's up, Torfun? Welcome in. So this has dark mode class, but how do I enable it? Which class? Dark mode? AI generated music? Nice. I won't look at it right now, but yeah. Yeah, what's up, Timon? I'm still here. And honestly, I mean, I said I was going to try all of these frameworks. Is this going to turn into a multi-part series? Dark BG black? Literally add dark to the bodies class. Okay. Oh, because it's saying we need a dark mode class. What if I just say, yeah, if I say dark mode true, would that force it? I see. It's telling me what class name to put in here. So if I just put dark, and then let's rerun because the config changed. The dark class is dark. No? It's on the HTML element. I need to put dark. Maybe I should be looking at Flowbyte for how to do dark mode. Yeah, so I work at McDonald's. I think they were on it. That's why they mentioned. class. And then, I mean, it should be, yeah, everyone's got it. Dark mode. But I think, and now instead of this, I just put the word dark on here. Carl. I accidentally typed Carl. I don't know why I accidentally typed Carl, but that's funny to me. Spooky. Oh, but it's a class? Well, then why didn't it work on the body? And why is my button broken now? Oh, it's a component. Thank you, Drills. Oh, I see. Then I have to create dark mode myself. I don't want to do that. Use dark mode to display a switcher for users to toggle dark mode manually. What if I just want everything to be dark mode? Like I want the background to have an automatic dark mode and all of that. That is not how this works. This is basically, you define the styles. And when you define them, put the word dark on there so we know how to swap between dark mode and light mode. Okay. And that's fine. That's fine. Like that. Great. What that means is I have to manually set the text color to white. But why are they white in this example, but they're not white in my example? Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Drills, is now we have to specifically set everything to be. But also, why is the nav bar broken? Like, div contents, nav. All right, it is taking up the full width. It is a flex box. Got the image. Well, no, it's not then. Look at that. It's not. So it's still not working. We thought it was working. It's not working. I think it was like some cache thing because this anchor tag does not have display flex. See? If it had display flex, it would look like that. So Flowbyte still isn't working. Okay. Let's pick a different component library. Yeah, so I think that's the other issue with evaluating each one of these frameworks, right? It would have been nice if we could use Flowbyte for every single one, but Flowbyte ain't it. It is. I think it's just too new. There's as Flowbyte works with Svelte, I think integrating with SvelteKit is a whole different story. What are some Svelte component libraries that we could use? Svelte Tailwind component library? What was the one earlier? Skeleton is the one. Let's try Skeleton. Yeah. Because we already have Tailwind installed. We should just be able to add this. Just add this as a dev dependency. Cool. Anything but const. Like I said, we're not doing like mobile specific stuff. All right, let's pick the things we want to uninstall first. So all of these packages get uninstalled now. Great. We still have Tailwind. So if I do this, Skeleton is dependent on Tailwind. Let's configure Tailwind. We've already done this piece. Why did I choose Svelte getting started and not SvelteKit? Oh, because it's Vite. I thought SvelteKit was using Vite. Oh, well. Yeah, I think you're right. That's why, because they used a skeleton app. They used their own CLI. That's why I'm. That's why, I think that's why I chose Vite because like we already. Yeah, and then we did SvelteKit, so that's fine. Um, cool. Okay, yeah, we looked at Daisy UI. I didn't see component-specific frameworks though. Just the Tailwind classes. Um, do I reckon 8 GB of RAM is enough for most dev stuff? Yeah, but like once you start trying to use like Docker and stuff like that, you probably want more like 16 GB of RAM. Um, and really, once you have a bunch of dev tools running, they use a lot of RAM too. So, but eight should be fine. You'll hit the upper limit at some point. Come on. Excuse me. I guess technically we could have just used the Flowbyte library itself, not Flowbyte Svelte. I think that's where we were running into issues. That uses Bulma. We're gonna go with this one because Pablo suggested it, and I think they're pretty excited that we're using Svelte. So, um, content settings. Oh, of Tailwind. I was like, okay, why are they showing us all this stuff? Okay, so we'll remove we'll remove that stuff later, but right now we got to get rid of this Flowbyte thing, and then add this. And then we add the plugin. Avalon UI? What is that? You can shout that I'm excited. Yeah. Okay. Skeleton pairs well with all of these official Tailwind plugins. These are optional. This is cool. Give me that crimson theme. All right, now add this theme to my layout. Yeah, that's awesome. Now, gimme a nav bar, an app bar, like that. Do I have to do any sorts of imports, or are these auto imports? I deleted the slot in layout. Oh, good call. Good call. Cool. All right, now on the page itself, we don't want that button anymore. We just want this. Props? Slots? Show me the code. How do I... I don't think it's an automatic... Oh, no, it's telling me what I need to import. I see. That's a little weird to me. But regardless. It's weird how they have it in their docs, because like this isn't front and center. I thought this was just like information, but it's telling me literally how do I import the thing. Nice. Why is the text black though? Lead. Example app. Center. Hello world. And then I don't think I want the trail. Let's get rid of the, yeah, I didn't get rid of this. Let's get rid of that. And then let me get rid of that too. Cool. It's not using the right theme. So if I look at my layout, oh, and then this should be in the layout anyways. So we go to layout, import that. Did I import the theme before post CSS? I did. I don't think there's any global CSS. Let me just double check. But I don't think there is. I mean, what's crazy is we haven't even evaluated Svelte itself. We've really just been looking at configs and integrations. I guess that's the, I mean, honestly, that's probably the overarching theme of a lot of this is configuration and integration, because at the end of the day, the front end, the full stack framework is going to have a way for us to create routes, a way for us to have server-side data that gets served to the client. It's going to do those things, and I think we can figure all of that out. Really, the integrations, these are the pieces that not take the longest, but like that's where a lot of our time is spent. I don't know. Welcome in, Straddle. Glad to have you. App.postcss pulls in the Tailwind configs. I don't know if I'm just expecting anything different. Like, do I just need to bring in the main theme? Let's bring in the main theme and see if anything changes. This is theme skeleton. Nothing changed. So the theme isn't getting imported. Did I not configure it right? Let's double check our Tailwind config. So, content. Oh, I see. We're grabbing all the HTML, JS, Svelte, and TS files from the skeleton library. Okay. Yeah. Do we have dark mode as class? We do. We added the skeleton plugin. Yeah, I'll do that, Mihai Andre. Kill it. Rerun it. Oh. The CLI will automatically import all into the layout. See, we didn't do that. we didn't do that. So we need both? We need themes and styles? That seems a little different. Which one gets loaded in first? That one or that one? Is it just me or is this a nightmare? I think so. The interesting thing is, like, if we were to choose SvelteKit, all of this work we're doing would be for a reason. Because once we got everything set up, we could start working on the app, good to go. But the funny thing about this is we're just going to throw it all away after deciding which one is the easiest to get up and going with. So I have a gut feeling that the plugin for Tailwind does not get loaded. I don't know. I mean, like, this is definitely loading some styles. It's just not loading the theme. Okay, this is an example. So, import the theme, then import all.css. I did skip I will say, I'll blame this on myself. I skipped this page in the docs. I didn't go to styling. So, theme, then all, then post CSS. Let's read the SvelteKit guide. Let's try a different thing. Let's try the crimson theme now and see if that changes anything. Honestly, I don't know what it should look like, though. I assumed that this would be like dark mode. Oh, I don't know, Broad. I mean, I thought so. Sahara. Let's try Sahara. Yeah, that's pinkish to my eye. I guess. Um, okay, so I it's just not doing what I thought. It's loading. Yeah, it's definitely loading. I just need to add more styles to it, like background. The value. Every theme has light and dark mode. I think maybe yeah, maybe that's where we actually do need um, in our HTML here class dark. Yeah. So it's changing things slightly, but I couldn't tell because it wasn't in dark mode. Okay. 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 So if we go back to the yeah, so this is the base theme, which is like blue. Okay, this is making more sense now. I guess the themes in light mode just like made no difference, it seemed. And then there's Sahara. Putting the docks in light mode. Oh yeah. Okay, so yeah, that's the default theme. And then if we look at Sahara, okay, that's just user error. I just didn't know what I was doing. But Crimson, I think, is the one that we want. We want Crimson because I like dark colors and I like red. Nice, nice. Okay, nice. Okay, now that we have an app bar, I'm curious if they do anything for like a container, like a like a main element with like padding. Is it app shell? It's probably app shell. Thank you all. That's cool. Yeah, I like this. Header sidebar. So I don't want a left sidebar. I don't want a footer. I just want a header and content. For the best results, implement this in your app's root layout. And we want app shell. And then this app bar can go in the header slot. So if you're new to like slots and fragments, these are basically like React children or like slots in Vue. I guess that's really all I wanted anyways. It's not even that much different because I just want the nav bar and then the slot. Cool, but in the main page here, if I have like an H2 that says hello world, I want some like padding or some content or something like that. Oh, good call, Pablo. Good call. I can take this and put it on app bar like that. Cool. The app shell will need to expand to fill your body tag. Add the following classes to the wrapping div in app. Cool. That's fine by me. So over here in app, we do this. Cool. It didn't change much, but now it's taking up the full container because it had like a parent. Disable overflow on your HTML and body tags to prevent duplicate scroll bars. Update your global style sheet with the following. Do I have a global style sheet? write your global styles here in PostCSX syntax. I mean, I should probably install the PostCSS plugin. Or enable it. I disabled it because I didn't have autocomplete in here. Can I do this? Can I do this in there? I only did the first few days of Advent of Code. It's hard for me to find the time. Also, I get way too like fixated on it. I'll be up until like 1 or 2 a.m. trying to solve them, and that's just not good for my health. So, so this seems fine. I guess I honestly. I totally forgot, but we're using Tailwind, right? So in our layout here, I should probably have like a main element, put the slot in there, and then on the main element, throw in some Tailwind classes that give it margin auto and like width of 90%. I don't know Tailwind. I guess. Let's go find out what I need to do for Tailwind. Width. Percentage widths. Screen Excel. We can tell, thanks. Width dash screen extra large. So that won't take up the full width, but it'll take up some width. And then is MX Auto the right thing that I wanted? Horizontal margin. Let's see what this gave me though. So, margin left auto, margin right auto. Width screen XL did nothing for me. I think I just want 5/6. Yeah, that's what we're thinking. I think anyways. Page content. Yeah, apparently this doesn't need to be main because main is the other thing. This actually should be like a section rather than main. %, width. Okay, I'll install the Tailwind plugin too. Is this the one? 2 million downloads. Wow. Container MX Auto. Okay, that seems fine, but container is a Tailwind class. Thank you, Mihai Andre. Let's look at Tailwind. Is it based on screen width too? It is. Look at that. It's like media queries and stuff. Yeah. And that makes sense because when it's small, you don't want that much margin, but when it's big, you do want some margin like that. I'm happy with that. Happy with that. Okay. Basic layout. 8 out of 10. And at this point, we're not even gauging SvelteKit. We're gauging the component library itself. So now we're using skeleton. I'm going to give this one an 8 out of 10 just on the component library itself. Like, it was easy to set up. Just follow the docs. I think the one thing that I did wrong was, like, after Tailwind, I was like, oh, all right, great. But I should have gone into styling to really see these things because that was kind of, like, missing for earlier in the docs. I'll give it a 7 out of 10 because the docs were confusing. So can it connect to Prisma? Yeah, we've already connected to Prisma. Why are you screaming? But this is the point where we implement social auth and then I die from exhaustion because I've already been live for 3.5 hours. But let's get social auth going. I want to see, and really, honestly, this is probably the things we should focus on earlier rather than like component library and stuff. Like, I can figure out how to do things in I guess not. I don't know. All of it matters. All of it just takes a lot of time. But we have a basic layout. It's not that great, but now we want to do social auth. Now we want to do social auth. No, there's no way we can do all these frameworks today. But I guess we can turn this into a series. It's just me trying each thing and giving my opinions on it. Yeah, so part 2, we will we'll do one of these. Well, actually, before we end today, I'll let you vote on what we're gonna do next time, and then next week we'll just stream all week. We'll be live all day, every day, working on these things to form an opinion on them. Now, how do we do auth with next? That's what we're up against next. SvelteKit auth. I do believe there is this, which is really cool. Next auth is like the de facto library in the Next.js world, and it does a lot of cool things. Does them really well. SvelteKit auth is a wrapper on top of that. So, because Next auth is so full featured and is great, we get the benefits of it without having to have a separate library with separate maintainers and stuff like that. I don't know, Oscar. I think we'll try to do one of those this week as well. Yeah. So what's really cool, and this is a blog post from just last week, SvelteKit auth got released. It's still technically experimental. We're going to go with it, though, because eventually this will be the de facto one. This is going to be what everybody uses. We could run into issues because it is experimental, but we're going to do our best to get OAuth with Google working in our little SvelteKit app right here. That's our goal. What if I don't want to start with a template? How do I get going? Okay, using SvelteKit auth with SvelteKit 1.0. After installing auth SvelteKit and auth core, we first need to define which OAuth providers we want. Great. Yeah, what's up, Codex? We've gotten this far. We've only done SvelteKit, and we scrapped Flowbyte, and now we're on to doing OAuth. But, I mean, once they rename it to auth.js, like, they're trying to make it platform or backend agnostic. So it would make sense, like, if this is the de facto auth library, like Passport.js was one of the de facto libraries, and Next auth could definitely replace that. Yeah, some progress, but not as much as we wanted. Like, I don't know. I spent way too much time on the configs. I don't know. Okay. Set it up. Have a sign in and sign out. So SvelteKit auth provides helpful methods to sign in and sign out a user. When the button is clicked, sign them in, sign them out. Awesome. Seems fine. I'm going to go with this blog post, but we're going to probably have to start diving into the auth SvelteKit docs too. But here we go. We need these two things as a dependency. So we need auth SvelteKit and auth core. Oh yeah, Grant also is a, like, I prefer Grant over Passport.js. I actually don't like Passport.js. We'll see how this goes. Like, I think it makes sense to use this because eventually this is going to be the de facto one. But if we run into any issues, trying to set it up ourselves with Grant is probably the way to go. Probably the way to go. So, all right. So in source hooks.server.ts. So let's close everything else out. In here, new file, hooks.server.ts. Dino Grant? I wrote that library. I'm curious why your SvelteKit app has a node modules, but the Prisma one didn't. I don't know. I can't answer that question. I'm curious too. Okay. Now, we don't want a GitHub provider. We want a Google provider. So if I go into providers, look at all those providers. Excuse me. Look at all those providers. I want Google, and then env static and private. This will be cool, because it looks like SvelteKit has a way of dealing with environment variables. Look at all the... I'm drinking bubbly water, all right? It makes me burp. So we have our Google client ID and our Google client secret. Those will get passed in to this here GitHub, or not GitHub, Google provider. Like this. And like this. Awesome. Now let's look at the SvelteKit docs on how to handle environment variables, because it looks like they have their own way of doing it. Is it kit.svelte.dev? It is. Read the docs. Environment variables. The env static private and env dynamic private modules, which are covered in the module section, can only be imported into modules that only run on the server, such as hooks.server. Cool. How it works. Anytime you have public-facing code that imports server-only code, SvelteKit will error. Nice. So this was doing $env static private. Does that mean they literally create a $env folder? I guess no, I think that's a, I think it's just a, this is a prefix for imports, the $sign is. So yeah, I mean, we definitely need an env file. I just thought they maybe had like a custom loader. And maybe they do, like maybe after putting it in my .env, this will give me access to them. Let's see. More configs. I mean, ideally, SvelteKit sets all this up for us, though. Modules. Env static private. Here we go. Environment variables loaded by Vite from .env files and process.env cannot be imported into client-side code. That's fine. Are statically injected to your module at build time. Yeah, so that's it. It's saying that's it. So by putting these things in my .env, I will get access to them. Right now, this is complaining but for a lot of things. Environment variables loaded by Vite. Okay, missing file extension. I don't care about that. Cool. I'm gonna disable this in my linter file. This rule. And now it should just be complaining. Well, I did put them in my .env. It's possible that it like needs to rerun to pick up that these things are available. Let's just log them. Reload the window, maybe. Let's see. I'm just gonna log them out right now that I have like dummy values in there. Let's just to see if they actually get loaded. Oh no, I think that's the issue. Is the app isn't running and it actually like generates stuff. So if I run it, that will generate it based on my .env. Yeah. Wow. That's cool. That's some cool magic right there, right? The fact that I'm not directly loading from process.env and the framework is on my behalf, making sure that I don't import these variables like in client-side code. I like that. I like that a lot. Okay, so we know that it's loading them. I'm going to remove that log. Let's go back to this. It tells us how to do it. So we need import or sign in and sign out. Let's just try signing in. Let's just try it. So in our layout on the nav bar, I don't know what it's called, but there's a fragment for the end. We'll have to look it up. Tail? We'll have to look it up in the skeleton docs. But this will have a button that just says login. And we're going to import sign in from auth SvelteKit client. And I forgot how to do events in Svelte, but we want like a on click. Let's go look at the Svelte docs. On colon click. Okay, we don't got to go to the docs. We got it. On click. Thank you everyone. All right, so first of all, we need to go to the to the skeleton docs. We need to look at that app bar component, and we want the trail fragment. So trail is pushed to the end, which is where we want to put this button. Good. Now we want a button, so let's see how do they do buttons in skeleton. File buttons? Why can't I just see a button? Why is there not a section for button? Elements. Oh, it's under elements, not components. I see. I guess I'm okay with that. So, come on. Do I really have to use Tailwind classes? Why isn't there an import? That's weird to me, but that's fine. Cool. So we don't have a form. I'm literally just going to click this button, and then this sign in function is going to work through SvelteKit auth. I'm curious if I can pass in like the provider or something like that to tell it that I want to log in with Google. Let's just see. Let's just see what happens. So now I should have this login button. Let's see what it does. I'm guessing it's going to complain that it doesn't know how to log in. It's making a GET request for auth csurf auth sign in undefined. Yeah, so I need to tell it how do I want to log in. And in this case, you just pass in a string. Yeah, so they're passing in GitHub in their example. So I'm guessing I should be able to pass in Google because we are configuring this Google thing here. So let's try again. Sign in, Google, undefined is not a valid URL. I mean, the fact that my client ID and client secret are wrong could be why this is erroring, but in my experience, we could still at least redirect. We would just redirect with the wrong client ID. It needs a URL for the app. It needs a URL in the .env. Okay. I mean, I'm following their example, but we should go look at the documentation for next auth, I guess. They have a session provider. Use session. Backend API route. Get server session. Configuring the callback URL. If you're using an OAuth provider, either one of the built-in providers or through a custom provider, you'll need to configure a callback URL in your provider settings. Each provider, follow these steps to learn how to integrate an OAuth provider. When deploying your site, the next auth URL environment variable to the canonical URL of the website. Yeah, so we're not deploying yet, so I don't think we need that. Let's see. Register your application at the developer portal of the provider. The redirect URL, URI should be in this format. Create an env file with those two things. Okay, I'm just going to go create my... I'm going to go create these two things. I'm going to go create a Google app so I can get a client ID in secret. Maybe that'll fix this error. I was just thinking there's some other error I need to fix before I need an actual... thing. Let's look in the network tab. This 500 posts response. There's a problem with the server configuration. Check the server logs for more information. Oh well. Let me hide my screen. I'm going to go to the Google developer console. And leak some tokens. Now, I do believe I already have an OAuth token. Let's see. Or not an OAuth token, an app that I could use for this. OAuth 2.0 client IDs. Yeah, I created this back in 2018, but I think I can still use it. Yeah, this is when I had my Q&A website. Okay. This is my client ID. My client secret. Authorized redirect URI is going to be our Vite localhost URL, followed by what they said in their docs, which is API auth callback Google. Okay. Let's see. So I updated the .env. Honestly, I'm going to kill the app. Kill the app and reload it just to make sure that it has the latest .env values. And then we'll try logging in. Like if I forgot to, yeah, I don't know about that, Drills. I tested earlier though, it was pulling in the .env. So here's the moment of truth. With valid client ID and secret, will this work? URL constructor undefined is not a valid URL. The CSRF also got an error too. First of all, I feel really bare just using this one blog post. Like, I want documentation. Where can I find documentation? I guess if we just go to their GitHub repo. So let me do that really quick. I just feel like I have no information at all to work with. So yeah, here we go. authjs.dev. Oh, this says no secret. No secret. So it actually isn't loading the files? Let's double check. SvelteKit is currently experimental. That is fine. Don't forget to set the auth secret environment variable. This should be a random 32-character string. Okay, I'll do that. Let me hide my screen. So I'm going to create an environment variable called auth secret. And we can use OpenSSL to generate a random 32-character string. Wow. Okay. Sign in GitHub. So I assumed it would be just as easy to do sign in Google. And they're looking at, so they have a page store that has page.data.session as if they're logged in. So it doesn't have any more information. I guess we can see here. Yeah, so this is how I set up my my callback. Client ID, client secret. Where do I put callbacks. Let's do this. And Mr. Zerny, thank you for the 3 months. Appreciate that. Profile is of type profile. It doesn't know it's a Google profile. I'm just curious. To see the account and the profile. Actually, I mean, this could be very dangerous because this could actually have access tokens inside of it. That's okay, though. We're still on SvelteKit. All right. If this doesn't work... Oh, no, this works. Cool. Okay. I changed nothing. Give me a second. Oh, you know, that's probably it, my Andre. That is the one thing I changed, is I added the auth secret. You're totally right. But their their blog post didn't tell me to add the auth secret. So I had too many tabs open. That was the issue, right? Let's see this again. So I click login. I am redirected. That's good. So the redirect URI mismatch just means that my configuration in the Google settings are wrong. So I need to go to my Google Developer Console again and just make sure that I have the right redirect in there. Yeah. Yeah, maybe it's just user error, real droid, because like apparently adding that one env was something that I needed. Oh, you know the other issue is, I think because this OAuth is still in testing, I can't test it with an account that wasn't the one that created the OAuth thing. Something like that? Let's see. Authorized redirect URIs. It may take 5 minutes or a few hours for the change to take effect, is what the Google OAuth settings are saying. Wait. May take 20 seconds or the lifetime of a star to complete. Yeah. Thank you for the stretch, St. Well, like I've been sitting here for 4 hours. Everyone's stretching. Everyone's hydrating. Appreciate it. What I wish is that I had some sort of insight into the process, right? So like, I guess that's one of the tricky things about using one of these all-inclusive auth libraries is they handle everything. So if something goes wrong, it's harder to debug. It's harder to figure out how do I debug the one thing that's happening here. So what I want to see is what is the redirect URI that it is sending. It's sending Google, but I don't know how to debug that. I would hope there's like a on before redirect or something like that right here. If I was not a developer, what would my preferred career path be? Oh, I don't even know. I don't know. Probably an engineer of some kind. I mean, I feel like that's a lame answer, but an engineer. Here we go. Adapter, callbacks, events. So if we just dive deeper into next auth, callbacks, redirect. Here we go. This is what I want. So in here, callbacks is an object, and I'm specifying redirect, and I want to log the URL and the base URL. So where is it sending me when we do the redirect? I'm going to hide my screen for this. I don't think there's any revealing information in the redirect, but we'll be able to see. So, yeah, SvelteAuth is next auth. They've wrapped the library. Right now, it's just my base URL. That's okay. That's good. I was worried that it was doing like localhost instead of 127.0.0.1. But the issue is it needs to be the full callback. Like if you look at this talks about this. So API auth callback Google. I don't know why I would have to do this manually. But let's see if that fixes it. That's really weird to me. Like it should do that automatically. The request isn't valid. Redirect URI misspelled. Yeah, so the redirect URI is still wrong. Okay. So that isn't the call. Like I want to find where. Actually, I can just look in. Honestly, I can just look in the network tab. I can look over here to see what redirects happen and inspect that. So let me just hide my screen. I actually don't even think this reveals anything secret because it's only the client ID in the redirect. There's like a server-side process that gets a unique ID and then does the redirect. But if I just look at the network tab, let's see where we get redirected to. Auth callback Google. Oh, well, that's why. I mean, I can. But yeah, okay, so I don't know where in the docs they would have told me this. So I can't show you my screen right now because it is showing like a code challenge. But in the next documentation, next auth documentation, you can see that it says API auth callback Google. The redirect that I'm seeing is just auth callback Google, which is fine, but there was nothing in the Svelte docs, at least that I saw, that said it doesn't need to have API on there. So I just need to remove API from my settings. on Google, and then the redirect URI should match. I'm gonna confirm that though. Like, was there nothing in SvelteKit that told me to do that? We still haven't made a choice. We're still just using SvelteKit. We're still just figuring out SvelteKit. Weird. Yeah. Maybe the documentation is just lacking. But moment of truth. I updated the redirect URL to not have the word API in there. Is this going to work? Yes, it is. Nice. Nice. And we're in. We're in. But what I want to do is that we want to integrate to the database. So at this point, the redirect flow has happened. Great, but they're not actually storing the user in the database or anything like that. We need to do that. So we need to add an integration to Prisma so that when the auth happens, it creates the user in our database. Okay. Is no one watching? Did no one see that this just happened? Are you not all excited? Can we get some pogs in the chat? It worked. Be happy. I'm working hard out here. What's up, Lee Rose? Welcome in. I'm tired. Yeah, me too. Okay. But if and when we actually want to add it to the database, first try. So this is fun. So here's the tricky part about this. This is all of the documentation they have for integrating with Svelte. Just one example with GitHub OAuth. I would hope that the rest of the documentation for next auth, like I know there's there's like a Prisma adapter. Thank you, Ryan. Really looking forward to this series. It's been a fun year of awesome content. Thank you, Ryan. I appreciate that. And that's a whole year. I appreciate the 12 months. But here's the issue. If we add this Prisma adapter, is it going to work with SvelteKit or like with NextAuth Core? Is this a good thing to check? Yeah. I mean, and that's why we're just even looking into SvelteKit Baksho is because version 1 was released, but we have to worry about the ecosystem at large as well. So like SvelteKit Auth or Auth Core, whatever it's called, isn't version 1 yet. It's technically like beta release candidate. Yeah, I see what you're saying, Drills. Yeah, there's no way to override it. I don't know why that's the case, right? Because the next docs say that it's going to be /API, but for SvelteKit that doesn't include the /API. All right. Do I go down this route of setting all of this up with the Prisma plugin or like the Prisma adapter? Because we've already set up Prisma as a shared library. I guess that's true, Mihai Andre. You don't need the root API folder like you do in Next. It should work. Let's try it because we've already created the Prisma client. We just need the schema. And basically, we need to rerun a migration to use this schema instead. Because NextAuth is going to do all of this stuff for us. Referential actions? I think this is what we need. Because with this adapter, it does all the hard work. It creates an account in the account table. It creates a session when the user logs in. It puts them into the user table. If we have other OAuth providers, it'll put in a row in the account table. That is why we need all of this stuff. Okay, so back to the database. Right now, we had a super simple schema that was just like user and item. Now we'll go in here, put the schema that it told us to use. We still have a user. But now that a user will also have items, which is an item array. We created that. This is the only custom thing here. Why is this complaining? And then user is a string. That's why. So it's using a, I don't even know what CU ID is. Custom ID, which means that user ID here needs to be a string. Yeah, so it's not using an auto-incrementing ID. Okay. Why is this complaining? Native type text is not supported for SQLite connector. That's not good. Anti-collision UID. Cool. Yeah, I've never used those before. I'm just going to try to run this migration against a SQLite and see what happens. It might complain, and if it does, we'll just remove that. It complained, so we'll just remove those because I think that these can just be text or string type, which is fine. A text type in like Postgres is a text field that doesn't have a limit, but that doesn't exist in SQLite. So Prisma is you could compare it to Mongoose, but Prisma is mainly is really good at working with SQL databases. However, Prisma does support Mongo databases as well. But it gives it in the same way that Mongoose allows you to define models and then interact with your database. Prisma lets you do that, but it does a whole lot more. The primary key for the user table will be changed. You're about to drop the column display name. Yeah. So I know this. Like we just created a dummy schema earlier. I know that we are literally about to wipe everything out so that we can use this new schema, and that's okay with me. Enter a name for the new migration. User account session. Awesome. So Prisma went in and generated this one, which is actual SQL code that does the work of creating the new tables that we need and then modifying the user table. So it created a new user table. Oh, wow. It did the migrate. Look at this migration. It took the old table, migrated all of the data into this new table, and then renamed the new table to be the old table instead of just dropping the table. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Yeah, so create the new item table, put everything into it, then drop the old one. That's awesome. And the fact that you can see the actual SQL code it generates is really cool too. Okay, so our database has been migrated. Now what? Now we can try to go add the Prisma adapter. So in our backend, we just need to add Prisma adapter. Well, I'm going to add this here. Next auth Prisma adapter. Is this okay about performance? You have to imagine how else would you migrate the database. So basically what we changed was the primary key of the table. The only way to migrate that table without losing the data is to do what it just did, which is create a new table with a different name, migrate all the data to a new table that has a new type of ID. Yeah, I don't know. I think that's it's probably the best you're gonna get. I mean, there probably are other ways, but yeah. Okay. Create a file with your Prisma client. Nice. Yeah, and I've already done this. So we can just do it. Huh. Okay, so now, will Prisma do Mongo migrations? I think so. Yeah, I haven't used it with Mongo, but it technically is like database agnostic for the most part. Okay, so we now have the Prisma adapter, and then we'll pass in the adapter, which will be not an array, just Prisma adapter, and then we need to pass in the Prisma client. And Prisma client we specifically exported from our mono repo, so we can just import this from DB. So if we do import Prisma client from DB, that is the thing. Adapter Boolean is not assignable to type adapter Boolean or undefined. Default adapter is not assignable to... I mean, I'm thinking we can TS ignore this. Like, you can see when we did this DB stuff earlier, this is all we had to do. Oh, it broke. It broke. We just need to rerun the backend because it needs to pick up on those changes, I do believe. And we'll like reload this window. A lot of stuff happened. When we did that Prisma migrate, it generated a bunch of new types. A bunch of stuff happened that would have broken the old types. Oh, welcome in, Forward. I'm glad you got electricity. It's unfortunate you were out, but yeah, welcome in. I thought it would fix it. I mean, the thing is, this shouldn't complain because I'm not specifying any types here. Property session is missing in type users, but required in omit page data never. Yeah, I reloaded the whole window, so I thought that would that would have done it. The thing is, I actually don't care about this error specifically right now. I do care that Prisma client has the right type. Oh, is it? Oh. Is it because I need data? I also just want to make sure that I'm getting type completion. So Prisma client, yeah, okay. I'm just going to delete this file, honestly. Cool. Now this is still complaining, but I have a feeling that I can TS ignore this. I think it's just wrong typing in SvelteKit auth. So, yeah. So we got that going. Create the schema. Will that just work now? Will that just put it into our database? Let's see. So we can start Prisma Studio. You can see we have 2 users. They have items. We should now also have all of these tables, like account, item, session, all of that good stuff. And so now, if I log in with this account, we should get a user with that email. Nothing happened there. I'm gonna hide my screen just in case any tokens or anything was leaked. I don't think... Maybe you're right. Maybe, yeah, maybe I do actually need to choose... No, because this is the one that the client ID and secret were generated under. This one right here. That's why I logged in with that one, but let's see if... Yeah. I need more insight into this error. There's no logs in the console. Yeah, I don't know if it's a database insert error or what. Give me 1 second. Yeah, I mean, that's the feeling I think a lot of people get. Van Gu or Van Gay? Van? Call you Van. The error that I get... Oh, okay, here's something. Unsupported account type. Okay. This is something I can try to look into. I just wasn't good at looking at the errors. That's my fault. This error will occur when there was an issue parsing the JSON request body. Also, unsupported account type. Next.js auth, unsupported account type. Let's ask ChatGPT. It's not gonna work because this is, I don't know, we're gonna see. How do I fix the error in Next.js auth? There are a few potential causes. Here are a few things you can try to fix the issue. Make sure you're using the correct account type in the auth configuration. The auth module supports different types of accounts, such as Google, GitHub, Discord. Make sure you're using the correct type for the account. We're using Google. Client ID and secret in the auth configuration. Make sure you have correctly configured the callback URL. We have confirmed all three of these things. If you're using a custom provider for the auth module, make sure it is correctly implemented in that client. Yeah, see, this is like the Windows error resolver. It's like, it can do general things. Check the logs. Oh, if that's the issue, Codex, I'm immediately scrapping next auth because that's now I see what you're saying though. But that's now a mismatch between where it redirects to and then where it tries to redirect back to. And I will not have it. I will not. I will not. Yeah. Yeah. Create an API folder, but then I would need to create the callback in there, right? I'm curious if I need to do something like now that I have the Prisma adapter, do I need to do anything to like add the type of Google? Provider is just a string, so it would actually just put Google as a string into there. I mean, it's complicated because we're trying to let it do everything for us, right? Like I could have implemented this myself in Svelte. Like I could have created the callback route, the generate URL route, like, and probably just used Grant. I could have done all of that, but the whole point is to like use something like this that's all inclusive. Yeah. See the session strategy option. Do I need to do this? Delete the old users. Yeah, I don't think that would have an issue with anything because, like, it shouldn't be. There's a foreign key relationship. I need to on delete cascade. But let's see. I mean, that's a good call. Archer, let's just see. Yeah, with a clean database, do we get the same error? We do. I don't know about that, Drills. We'd have to look at like Prisma docs, but I probably would want to do something like that, like on delete cascade. Okay. There should be also further details logged when this occurs. There's not, though. Did it create anything in the DB? I mean, we can look in Prisma Studio again. Yeah, it's not inserting anything. There's all the tables are empty. I have one more thing. One more thing we'll do is honestly just in terms of debugging the database is literally delete everything. So let's literally delete this database. Let's delete these migrations that happened. And then just start from scratch because we didn't care about the old data anyways. We really just want like a fresh database. So to rule that out, let's do this. And then we just have an initial migration with no like weird stuff going on. I don't do any sort of like cybersecurity type of stuff on this stream. I really just build things. I mean, you could call what I'm doing hacking. Like we're hacking at it. Like we're writing hacky code. We're doing our best to like get things working, but I don't really do any like cybersecurity or anything like that. But this is typically what I do on stream is I figure stuff out. Other times I would say it's probably more entertaining than me just debugging errors. But yeah, this is my stream. We're working on evaluating SvelteKit to see if we want to use it for the app. Okay. I guess that's the other issue is just like my initial feeling is that like I'm at a loss. Like I don't know how to debug this because I know nothing about the next auth library. I haven't used it before. So in my logs, this is all I get. And the OAuth callback handler error is specified here. And it just says that there was an issue parsing the body. Also, we have unsupported account type. Honestly, I kind of want to just look at the next source code to see what's happening here. If account type equals OAuth, get user by account. Yeah, it used Sublime by default. I don't know why I did that, but regardless, I can still look at the code. If it was found, do this stuff. If there was a user, do that. Finally, wait. If yeah, yeah, it's just weird that it launched Sublime because I'm using VS Code. You can see I copy and paste this when I for my go live notifications. Okay. I am gonna open this file directly in VS Code because I'm having a hard time navigating it in Sublime. So this one did put its dependency in the root, which is interesting. What was the file path? We want auth core lib callback handler. And there's that dreaded error that's getting thrown. So what I wanted to see is, what is this statement here? This is the if type equals OAuth. So it's getting into here. And then if it finds the user, it does that. Otherwise, user also would be undefined. And then it tries to get the user by email, and then that shouldn't exist because this is a first time. And then it tries to create the user. So this is failing. Because we would at least see a user in the database if this was running. I'm Yeah, it's oh, you're right. It's below it, which means it may not have even made it into this if statement here. Yeah. Yeah. Account type equals email, account type equals OAuth. But what I'm thinking is that like it makes it into here and then like something doesn't return and then it throws the error. I'm just going to add a bunch of logs. User by account. And I mean, that shouldn't exist because they haven't been created yet. So it's not going to get into there. And then where would user even be? User is null still. So like user wouldn't exist. So then it would get here. Am I sure the account type is OAuth? I don't know. Now, interactive debugging would have been nice. I guess I could have set that up with SvelteKit. Oh well, let's just see if these things get logged out. And if they do, we'll do some further debugging. But let's kill this, restart it. You're right, we should log the account type. Where's account come from? Does that just get passed into this function? Oh no, yeah, so at this point, it has already gotten the data back from Google. This is a DB insert error. Or like a, something like that. Okay. Account, and then account. Did I try debug true in the next auth endpoint? No, but that's good to know. It probably would give me more insight into the error that's happening. See you later, St. Lolic. Thank you for hanging out. Yeah, that's probably what I need. It's just like, give me some logs, darn it. Like, what's going on? Well, I care less about Prisma logs and more about Next logs, but let's see, though. Okay, let's just see really quick. I'm going to hide my screen because I don't know what's in that account variable. So give me a second. Logs on my desk by lunch. That's an auth token. All right, so we're making it at least to get the account. The type is OIDC. I don't know how to show you this without showing access tokens, but that's the issue. The account type isn't OAuth. Is that my fault? Did I do something wrong here? But look, check it out. So this is what we get back, and type is OIDC. So that's exactly it. It's not OAuth. It's OIDC. So it's just OpenID. Is there something I need to change in my Google OAuth settings to make it OAuth instead of OIDC? Um, perhaps, perhaps there is. Uh, but these are OAuth 2.0 client IDs. Let's just search for the web really quick and see if account type OIDC has been handled. Just create a new one. Okay, I'll try that. I'll try that. No, I was using an old app. I didn't create a new one. So I'm gonna create a new one, change the client ID and secret, and see if that works. First try. Okay. I forget what the callback URL is though. Providers. OAuth. Auth callback Google. What am I doing? Environment variables. Okay, we will kill the app. We will restart the app. And give it one more try. I'm still not showing my screen because that log is still in there that shows my token. Yeah, same error. And then if I look at the logs, the type is still OIDC. Okay. Okay. Somebody had to have ran into this issue before, right? Am I creating the wrong type of OAuth credentials? There's an issue from 4 hours ago. Thanks, Thymos. I was about to start searching that. Like, I only searched DuckDuckGo. I haven't searched Google yet, but I didn't find any issues where people were mentioning OIDC. But this might be it. Seems an issue with this. Yeah, we identified that. Okay. It'll be fixed when this is merged. Well, the thing is, I have to use Google because ultimately the app that we're gonna build needs YouTube OAuth. We need to get like the users subscribed YouTube channels. I mean, the thing is, I could go into the node modules and I could edit the thing. I guess I also could create a custom callback, right? If I create a custom callback, I could override this area, this error. The goal is multifaceted. The goal is Prisma with next auth, which is auth core working with SvelteKit. So like we're close. We're almost there. We just hit a bug that other people are hitting too, and I'm just curious, like why, um, why are we seeing this bug? But if you're using next auth without Svelte, you're not seeing this bug, or people just. Oh goodness, I shouldn't have. I mean, I was like, I need to be careful with what I show. There's nothing secret on the screen right now, but this is the. No one may be using it. How is no one using? Come on. How is no one using? Here, we're gonna search Google. Next auth with Google OAuth. Who has done this before? Okay, you have the provider, but did you test it? Did you test it? This is a blog post from August 2022. Got our Google provider. I went in and created credentials. I created an OAuth client ID. This is exactly what I did. They changed things in the last month. Okay. I need to collect my thoughts. Fix this in my node modules and then we will update the package. But also, like, here's the, oh geez, my environment variables are being displayed right now. Do you see in this window preview? You can't see what they are, but how is that even a how? Why are those open right now? Okay. To take a step back, why we're even doing all of this and what basically we have found is that it's early days, right? I'm going to stop here because I mean, I know that I could create a custom handler for the profile that we get back, etc. But this is this gets a 0 out of 10 because it's new, not because it's not going to be fixed or anything like that. Just because I want to be able to pick it up and just go without dealing with issues that haven't been fixed or haven't been merged yet. I mean, and that's the nature of trying to use something that's so new. Not just SvelteKit, but also Svelte auth core, which should be the de facto one. I don't know. I'm gonna set a timer for let's do 5 minutes. In 5 minutes, if I can't figure out how to override like the provider type with next, then we'll just call it a wash on that one piece right there. But let's get into it. What's the difference between authjs.dev and nextauth.dev? I guess we want to be here. And then the core module, what configuration? What I want, let me explain what I'm trying to do here is somewhere in here, I need a way of intercepting when we get the data back from Google before it goes into the handler by auth core. In the past, in libraries that I've worked with, they typically have something like this. Like Passport basically just has a callback where you could customize these kinds of things. In the Google Provider options, you can possibly add a profile function. And what is this? So profile is a callback. Okay. Receives the profile object returned by the OAuth provider and returns the user object. This will be used to create the user in the database. It's not quite what we want, but yeah, let's look at their docs. So callbacks. don't really want sign in, because if we do sign in, we'd have to re-implement that entire function. I don't want to do that. That would have been, where are we? Node modules, auth, core, provider, no, not even providers, lib. I forget where this even was. Lib. Does anybody remember? I don't want to go look at my logs again. I might. Give me a second. Is the error in the OAuth provider implementation or the DB provider implementation? It is the OAuth provider implementation, and it's not Google specifically. It is the one that generally handles all of the other providers. So lib utils. I gotta look at my logs again. Core lib callback handler. That's it. It's just core lib callback handler. This one. So this is the. Well, let me make sure my logs are. Don't even look at the. I missed your message, Oscar. This file is in auth core, which is the next auth thingy, and the issue is this one line of code right here. So if account type is OAuth, or account type is OIDC is what this needs to be. And then there's like some other fixes that the person mentioned they needed to make, like in the database model. OICD, yeah, whatever it is. Like that's what this code needs to be. But what I want to do is before it makes it here, before it makes it to this function, I want to just change the account type on it. And thank you for Keisho. I've done a lot of code challenges in the past. Like if you look at my YouTube channel, there's an entire playlist of like 60 videos where I'm solving like code wars, code kata problems. So I do that stuff sometimes. Yeah. Creating a database adapter. The thing is, I don't need a database adapter. I just need this piece. And this is the other issue is like, I don't want to copy paste all of this code into a custom callback handler. I just want to tap into right before this is called. Try the add the OR pipe. Oh, you know what? I don't even know if it would work at that point because the issue that the person opened was we needed to change the database model as well. So honestly, let's give this a try. Callbacks is an object. It has the sign-in function like this. And we get all of these things. And we don't return true. If a user is allowed to sign in, that's not the one that I want. Thanks for that, Dean Bull. That probably would have given us more logs, but what did we mention earlier? I thought there was a callback option where we can change what gets passed into the database. I thought that was the... Oh, no, that was the profile one. So... in here. Right? Cool. And thing is of type any. Yeah, it was this one instead of sign in. I think this might be where we can customize it. Let's see. Let's see. Where are the docs on this? Is this like in the base provider? I'm just thinking we might have more params. I don't know if we just get one. Well, TypeScript says we only get one. Oh, you get profile and token? The docs are awful. But these aren't callbacks. This is the profile option, which is a little bit different. Because see, this is profile inside of Google. Regardless, let me just try this out. Let's see what this gives me, and we'll go from there. Let me hide my screen. First try. First try. Nice. Honestly, I think this is what I want because it gives me all of this. Wait, yeah, all of this. And we need to return the user object. Wait, which one of these is my ID? Enhance. You're gonna look at what I'm looking at. I guess sub is my ID. Yeah. Oh, I wouldn't worry about it, D and Bull. Like, basically, what we found is that there's an issue in the library itself. Like, the library itself needs to be updated, and then it'll just work with what we're trying to do. Because I already have the Prisma code, I already have everything else to integrate it. It's just this one piece, specifically with Google. So, yeah, okay. What can I show on my screen? I think. Not this. This. Cool. Okay. So, what we need to do at this point is, I do believe we need to return an object that looks like this. No. Wait, never mind. Let me hide my screen again for a second. I don't think I figured it out. Because profile ID is missing on Google OAuth profile. So we need to return an object that has a profile ID property on it. Do I get TypeScript completion? Give me a second. ID, email, and image. Import Google profile. Oh, that would give me the typings. Okay. Well, I think I almost have it. Yeah, and then name. It's gonna be just name. Okay. And thank you for Keisha. I appreciate that. I'm gonna keep doing my thing. Okay, so what I have done is this function now returns an object with what it expects. It has the ID, email, image, and name. I don't. It may be more than this. If it's just this, that's amazing, and that's great. But if not, we might still run into the same error. Okay, we still get a callback error. Let me look at the logs. And we're back to unsupported account type. Cool. So I can't fix that. Yeah, I can't fix that. So there was an attempt. Let me just make sure I'm not showing anything on my screen, and then we'll get back into it. Yes. Okay. So what I have determined is that SvelteKit and NextAuth are they're too new. They're too new, and I don't want to be running into these issues when I'm building my app. I want things to just be tried and true and tested, and they should just work. Like, it's a pretty common thing to just have Google OAuth in your app, and for that not to work, I don't like. So I'm actually going to rule SvelteKit out because of this piece. Now, you could argue that SvelteKit, there are other things we could use for auth. Like, I do believe there's like a non core team library. Yeah, we could have implemented it with Grant. That is very true. We still would have to do all the database stuff manually, though. SKAuth, like this. Yeah, this has 480 stars. Authentication library for using SvelteKit, built-in OAuth, and 0 restriction customization. Like, you can see that this this library works very similarly to the NextAuth one, but it's not maintained by a core team. Maybe they use this as a basis for NextAuth. But I think if we're being fair here in terms of evaluating it, I wanted to go with the solution that would be the one that most people would choose because it's the main one. So yeah, we're gonna rule out SvelteKit, and I'm done streaming for today. But really quick, let me just talk about full stack type safety with Svelte, because I haven't even gotten to show that, and I think it's actually better than we might even think. So even without doing like login or anything, like if I have a page.server.ts, the function that this exports, or the data that this exports, I do believe the types flow through and they're just available in the component. Let's see an example of that really quick, just to talk about full stack type safety with SvelteKit. I picked an experimental framework. The thing is it experimental if it's 1.0? I guess, well, this piece isn't. I mean, this piece is experimental. You're right. But the Auth.js piece is experimental, but ultimately we're evaluating the ecosystem. So because one piece of it is not stable, I think we can rule it out. Yeah, I think we can rule it out. Though, if we generate an app with Next and use NextAuth and try to add Google OAuth, is that just going to break? Because I thought this piece was like a separate... This is auth core, and I don't think Next is using auth core yet. I don't know. But let's go to the Svelte docs. The auth core library is broken when it comes to integrating with Google OAuth. That is what's broken. Because there's just one little property that's wrong. on the one property on the response that comes back from Google is not what they expect it to be in the auth core library. And that breaks the whole flow. Everything else seems like it would have worked, like the insert into the database and everything else. Loading data. This is what I want. And this. Yeah, no, it never fully logged in. So it logged in before we added the database piece. And all that means is we just verified that the user is that Google user. For true auth, you need to put that user in your database. They need to be tied. Like, you need to put their social profile in your database. They need to be tied to an actual user in their database. And that was the piece that didn't work. But it wasn't that the database had an issue. It was the issue before that, which wasn't getting caught because we weren't trying to put it into a database before that. Okay, so types has no exported member page server load. Are you kidding me? Reload. Run the app. Save. Cool. Yeah, and actually, we don't even need this DB thing. I don't get why the types just all of a sudden started breaking. That's really weird to me as well. But I have like data. This could be an array of like with the name of I'm done. And valid is true. And then another one where the name is okay and valid is false. So just what I want to see here is we have this function that essentially runs on the server side before the page loads. And I want to see inside of the page code, do we automatically get type completion for this data object that we defined here? That's really what I want to show for full step type completion. Does not satisfy the expected type. Is it because I made it a promise? I don't get it. If you look at their example, they have like a top level property. Page data? I guess we have this one. Page server load. Universal versus server. Why can't I keep skipping it? Yeah, this is, I copy and pasted it earlier. This is page server load. I just don't understand why we're getting this error now and we weren't getting this error earlier. But, okay, even though we have that error, let's just see what happens. So if I go into the actual component here, we try to import page data from types. Import type declarations can only be used in TypeScript files. Well, like that. Okay, so page data has a type. Oh, see, the types flow. The types flow through. And then we can have like a for loop, which I can never remember how to do in SvelteKit. Yeah, we got type. We got full stack type safety. Each blocks. Okay, this is what I want. Each data as name and give me type completion. We'll call these items. Why is this complaining? Array like unknown. Property length is missing. Oh. Data dot data. And then each item has a name and a valid property. So here we could have a little list item. It has item dot name. And then we have an unordered list. Like this. And I just realized it's Saturday and I've been, I've been in my basement all day. It's almost, what, 5 o'clock? Data. But this is cool. So I will give Svelte like 10 out of 10 points for this. I'll give it 8 out of 10 because I'm getting weird type errors that to me I cannot figure out why. But what that means is, so like if you're used to like Next.js and like get server side props, I don't even know if they call it that anymore, but the idea of loading data on the server side and then using it in your components, you get type safety here. I guess technically you would with Next too, but you would have to define those interfaces like in all the places. I don't have to return a data property. Can I do? Oh, you're totally right. Yeah. So this in the real world, this would be like domain specific. So items like that. But what's nice is I define this function here. I'm not exporting or importing an interface. I have just defined the data as is. And then over here, I have this magic page data type. And now this has the types, and they flow through. So that's cool. And if we go back to the home page, we should see some items. I'm done. Okay. All right. What did we learn today? Svelte is cool. I mean, ultimately, a lot of this setup headache is my own fault, right? Like I did way too much. I tried to do way too much with trying to set up like Airbnb config and everything else. Yeah, they're generating a ton of TypeScript under the hood for sure, which is cool. Like I like the fact that I didn't have to manually define the interface and then manually import that interface in multiple places. You just get the types automatically, which is pretty cool. So yeah, this is 10 out of 10. No, 8 out of 10. Prisma integration, 10 out of 10. Like we didn't have any issues with just getting Prisma working inside of Svelte. Nothing special. Auth was the major hang up there. So overall, my summary is that honestly, this isn't even evaluating the framework itself. It's evaluating the ecosystem, right? We're evaluating Can we use Tailwind with it? Can we use component libraries with it? How is it integrating social auth? How is it integrating a database? We're not really even caring about how it does the layout of routes and stuff like that. So, yeah, not tomorrow, but I'm probably starting Tuesday, so I'll put the stream schedule out. Yeah, we're gonna wrap up now. So thank you everybody for hanging out. Like a lot more people hanging out here than usual, probably because it's a Saturday. But thank you, I appreciate it. I really do. I will remind you, please go check out my YouTube video over here on YouTube. I tried a new thing. Yeah, I tried editing, which I normally don't do. And I know a lot of people that are already subscribed to my content probably aren't into this kind of thing, but ultimately I am trying to get a newer, I'm trying to get the audience that normally wouldn't see my stuff on YouTube. So please watch this video. If anything, put it on in the background. And Vidith, thank you for the 8 months. I appreciate that. German potato, nice. Put it on in the background. We want the numbers, the view count to go up so that YouTube will suggest it to more people. And actually, I'm gonna play the first 2 minutes of this so you can see. You should go watch it yourself too, but I want you to see the kind of editing that this is, because normally I don't do this, but I thought it would be a fun experiment. I don't know. Hello friends, welcome to Coding Garden. I'm CJ, and today we are going to be doing Coding Improv, the show where the code is made up and the points don't matter. Essentially what I'm going to do is I'm going to get 5 random words from the chat, and then I have an hour to build something using those 5 random words. Now, in order to suggest a word, you must be a viewer of Coding Garden here on Twitch, and there's a redemption here called Improv Suggestion. It costs 1,337 seedlings, and in a minute, whenever I enable this, the first 5 people to suggest something using their seedlings is what we will use to build the thing. Now, if you're wondering, how do I get seedlings? Or, that's not fair, I don't have enough seedlings. Just keep watching, because we do this show every now and then. As long as you're watching on Twitch, you're gaining seedlings. If you raid with us, follow, you get seedlings. And also, if you're a sub, you get a multiplier on your seedlings. So just stick around. Eventually, you'll have enough to suggest for next time. This is episode 21. We've been doing this since May of 2020. And we really are going to have a time limit today. We're only going to have 5 suggestions. It's going to move quick. In 3, 2, 1, I'm going to enable it, and the first 5 to come in, and that's it. That's all. So those are all the cool. So yeah, if you hadn't seen it yet, that's it still feels like Coding Garden content. I appreciate that. So that was my attempt at it. Honestly, it's weird to see, and it's also like a little disheartening because this has gotten less views than my unedited videos, right? So like, it's like I put all this effort into editing it, and then less people watch it. So I was like, oh, okay. But please, at least put it on in the background, get the numbers up, get the algorithm suggesting it to more people. Yeah, I've heard from in reading about how people edit their videos and stuff like that. That ends up that's usually what ends up happening is the unedited stuff, the stuff you put less effort into, sometimes gets a lot more traction. But regardless, that's it. That's all. Definitely, you like it? I appreciate that, Default. Check out the schedule. This week is going to be a week of trying all these frameworks. Like, I know last week I did say that we were just going to jump in and I was going to pick one, but I think this was worth doing because what I learned today is that I don't want to spend a month working in SvelteKit because it's so new. I mean, the ecosystem is new, right? Like, obviously SvelteKit is version 1.0. They've worked really hard on that. That's awesome. But when you're working with these tools, it's not just the framework, it's also the ecosystem and everything that integrates with it. And we want to find stuff that will be fun and good to work with. So tune in on Tuesday. We're going to do Nuxt on Tuesday. But if you go look at the schedule, you'll see when the stream is. You can decide if you want to tune in for Nuxt or Remix or whatever else. So Yeah, so that's the thing, and that's my hope, Clicky Poo. That's why I'm doing this. Like this week is gonna be frustrating. It's gonna be really frustrating, but at the end of it, we will have chosen something that is overall less frustrating, and we'll build a fuller app with it. Obviously, there will still be frustrating parts. We're not gonna get away from that, but really, the question I'm answering is like, you are a modern JavaScript, TypeScript full stack developer. You want to build an app in a productive ecosystem. What do you use? What do you use? And honestly, the answer might just be Next. Like, we've been avoiding it all this time. But... Okay, but yeah. Follow the calendar. I'll update it this weekend. Join my mailing list. I do send out a weekly update, and I send out go live notifications. We have a Discord. Follow me over on Twitter. And I guess that's the other thing. Again, I'm asking for engagement now, but please, if you're here, go over to Twitter. This tweet where I tweeted the YouTube video, retweet, comment on this one, because that will help people find the video on Twitter, and that will get them over to YouTube. So that. Can I fix the calendar page? It's not an easy fix. We didn't really finish the update to it. But yeah, please go engage with that tweet. I'm off. Let's go on a raid. I was live for 5 hours on a Saturday. This is crazy. This is crazy to me. This is crazy. Thank you all for hanging out again. I appreciate it. You all are awesome. There's the raid messages. Copy that raid message. Practice sending it in the chat. Insanity. What's up, Alka? Also, go follow Alka. He's been streaming Advent of Code every single night. And he's really cool, and he's smart, and you should follow him. Go watch him. Not tonight, though. No! Regardless, you can tune in tomorrow night, though, because he's been live like every single night this month of December working on Advent of Code. Okay. Again, thank you, everyone, for watching. This has turned into a series, but regardless, wherever you are in the world, have a wonderful morning, afternoon, evening, or night. And until next time, here's this.